All right, it's true. Okay, so basically what you're saying is because of the pandemic and the disruption that happened, the companies are restructuring their hierarchy, the methods, how they're doing it, right? So they're centralizing some other things, right? So another thing is basically because of supply chain disruptions. So that is also actually they're changing the way they're looking at the supply chain, right? That's good. Anybody else? Sudha, what do you think is changing? What has changed after the COVID-19 from the organization perspective?
Yeah, sorry. One of the things that I have noticed in my organization is that they are putting a lot of emphasis on mental health,
Mm.
because there is a lot of instances whereby working from home there is also a downside
Yeah, do it lah.
to it, right?
Mm.
So there is so the company has actually come up with a lot of support
Mm.
for employees that require what do you call that support,
Yeah.
by engaging third party consultants,
Mm.
really private support.
Mm-hmm.
So they are focusing on that, and in fact this is actually a theme throughout the world. In fact, last week it was a mental health day, I think on
Mm-hmm.
the 8th, if I'm not mistaken, 8th of October.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is a direct impact from COVID and working from home, right? From
Mm-hmm.
a different perspective, I would say.
Yeah, true. Now the new thing is mental wellness. That's the word they use. Mental wellness is becoming a big buzzword now, right? Because working from home has got its own stress. All right. Okay, so that's very good. Uh, Anybody else want to share something that on Swan?
Hi, sir.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Anthony.
Hello. Who's
Hello,
that?
sir.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say maybe the government or something like
Mm.
enforcement on labor law.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes the employer uh, touch or contacting, asking for working during after working hours.
Working hours,
So
yeah.
something that maybe can support the Suda just now
Mm.
uh, for the mental health.
Mental health, yeah.
Yes, it's very
Mm.
stress.
Yeah.
Sometimes people working and then
Mm.
after 5
Mm.
still chase the people,
Mm.
because sometimes working from home,
Mm.
sometimes as a mother, as a father, they have a own life now.
Yeah.
Sometimes the people have a own life.
Your personal life, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, personal life. So maybe the government or the enforcement have to do about the level law. The employer cannot disturb the people after working. Yes. Actually, I have an act, but the enforcement is not very stringent
Mm-hmm.
on that.
Oh, there's an act for it, is it?
Yeah,
There's an act.
I have the act, but still the enforcement is still not
so strong.
not stringent on that. For
Okay.
me, like that.
All right. Okay. So basically, we find this mental health is an issue, right? In especially now in this kind of work in environment, and then many people are working from home. That causes a different kind of. And then, like what Daisy was saying, companies are being structuring their hierarchy, their organizational structure is also changing, is it? And becoming more centralized. And that is also another trend that we see, and workspace being reduced. Now we're having more what you call office space. Companies are cutting down on all these things, so they're trying to reduce the workspace, right? So those who have property and all that, you'll find the property business is going to drop because there's going to be a glut in the market on offices, right? Right or not, Daisy? So that will be there, Jesse, I was just thinking of you the other day. The new what papers came out? What is that? Like Panama paper? What is that?
Pandora paper.
Pandora paper came out, is it? So when is Labuan thing going to come out? When is the Labuan papers going to come out?
Hopefully no, because what happened, what we have experienced before, after the Panama paper that a few years back, the authorities did approach all the players to confirm if any of our clients are actually related to that Panama Papers. So they gave us some of the names, like some are Malaysians actually. So they just wanted to find out if we have those names person as our clients as well, because if let's say we say yes, then there will be further investigations. So we do not want that to happen. So after this Pandora paper, so the authorities will of course do another exercise. Yes, an investigation. So we really do not want
True.
Yes.
For those who do not know, do you all know what's a Pandora papers? Do you all know what is a Pandora paper? Anu?
Yes.
You're not sure. All right. Okay. Anybody can maybe Daisy, you can help. What is Pandora paper?
Okay. Pandora paper basically it will to put it simple, it contains lists of individuals' names who are having asset structures at the offshore jurisdictions. Offshore jurisdictions, so for example, BVI, Seychelles, Panama, just to name a few. So these are like high net worth individuals. So normally their assets are very high. Some are like politicians and everything. So as you know, I think all governments across the world, they're very particular, especially if you're politicians and you're keeping your assets elsewhere. So there will be concerns, especially like your source of funds, your source of wealth. How come you have that amount of assets and why you are parking it elsewhere and everything? So Pandora papers in general are related to all these name lists of high net worth individuals.
Okay, so I think in one of the early subjects we studied about offshore financing. Remember, I think international business study offshore financing. Right? What happens is high net worth individual, or that's another word, that's another name for very rich people. All right. Nowadays, you don't call them super rich, we call them high net worth individuals. So what these people will do, they will, instead of putting the money in their country, which is subject to tax and other, scrutiny, they will put it in a tax haven. Like what Daisy mentioned, like British BVI, British Virgin Islands, and Panama. So these countries, what they do is they allow people to put money in their country and is tax free for people. So this is what they do. So recently somebody bongkar the thing, the list of all the client who in that thing came out, and some of our politicians also are there. I think Tundai's name also came out there. Now it is not illegal to have your money there, but it raises questions like what Daisy said. They're going to ask you, if you're a politician, they're going to ask you where you got the source of funds. Did you declare or not? How come you got a few billion, kept there? So this is one of the issues that we can have. All right. Okay. All right. So that's just one now. Okay. Now let's watch this video on the future of work. Now this video is from the World Economic Forum. Okay. So they've done a research to find out how actually work is going to happen. Right now we're looking at this because we're going to be looking at organizations and we're going to look at human resources, how it's going to change in the future. Right. So here they talk about upskilling. All right. So watch this.
COVID-19 is one of the biggest crises of our time. It has impacted every single one of us, shaken our social systems, and disrupted every sector of our economies. The automation of work, combined with a global recession, led workers to lose their jobs at an accelerated pace compared to previous years. And this trend is expected to continue. The ongoing shift in the division of labor between humans, machines, and algorithms might displace 85 million jobs worldwide in the next 5 years, while 97 million new roles, ones that are more adapted to this new task distribution, may emerge. By 2025, companies expect to displace roughly 6% of their total workforce. 1 in 2 workers will need reskilling, and those remaining in their current roles will need to update 40% of their skill set to adapt to the changing labor market. There is a way to collectively benefit from these challenging times. Decades of research have shown that the most valuable asset of any economy or company is its human capital. Around the globe, companies are already experiencing a shortage in relevant skills for future roles and are investing in reskilling and upskilling their workforce. By 2025, organizations say they will train over 70% of their employees to ensure they can smoothly transition into the jobs of tomorrow. These include DevOps engineers, artificial intelligence specialists, digital marketing managers, talent acquisition specialists, and customer success specialists. It will take on average between 2 weeks and 5 months for workers to pick up new skills, allowing them to move into these new roles. But data shows they won't need to have the perfect skill set to start transitioning. While 2/3 of employers expect to get a return on investment in employees' reskilling programs within just 1 year, governments will also need to step in to update and fund education and training systems and to ensure displaced workers have adequate safety nets. With purposeful leadership and collaboration, we can turn this global crisis into a unique opportunity to transition into a future of jobs that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable.
Okay, so what does this video tell us? What do you understand from this video? What do you think is going to be? What is the shift now you talk about human capital? They say that one of the most important assets of organization is actually human capital, right? So what is the shift that is happening in human capital now?
Skilling.
Upskilling. All right, so that's the word, like, upskilling. So here it says that 85 million jobs are going to be lost, but at the same time 97 million new jobs are going to be coming on stream. So which means new jobs means you need new what you call upskilling. They really need to improve themselves, and in order for them to pick up a new skill, it only takes them like 2 weeks to 5 months. That's all. And what are the top jobs they are talking about? They said, do you remember that? What she said? What are the top jobs? See, 1 in 2 people need reskilling. They mean 50% of the workforce will need reskilling. All right. So what we are really looking for in the future is going to be a very agile organization. Agile in the sense that, organizations are able to change quickly. Right. So today we will study that in this course. We also look at change management. One of the things that we're going to cover is change management, and what do companies have to do in order to enforce change management within the organization. All right. So here he talks about some of the jobs. DevOps engineer. Okay. What is DevOps engineers? Dennis, he's an IT you'll know that. Okay.
So actually, I'm not sure.
Oh, not sure. DevOps engineers are basically those who can develop apps, and all those kind of thing, right? So these are all people who know how to code, because we need artificial intelligence people, designing, AI specialists. All right, AI specialists we need, and then we also need digital marketing managers, right? So it's not just marketing manager, but it's all digital. Today you find in this. If you're looking for a job, like I was just training all those people who are looking for jobs, what companies are looking for is just not marketing. The first question they ask them, do you know about digital marketing? Because digital marketing has become mainstream. In those days, we talk about, normal marketing and then digital marketing. But now, digital marketing has become a part of marketing, and it is important, it's vital. If you do not know digital marketing, you cannot be a marketing manager or work in the marketing line. So you need to have, So that's become mainstream, digital marketing. Then you have talent acquisition specialists. What are they? Who are talent acquisition specialists? Who are these people? These are new terms.
HR.
Yes, HR managers actually, but the new name for them is talent acquisition specialist, right? So that's where the job is, right? And then you have what? Customer success specialist. Who are these?
Customer service.
Yeah, customer service actually, basically, right? Okay, so the pandemic has actually disrupted a lot of things, but actually new jobs are actually opening up, right? So that is what we need to remember and learn, Okay, so some of the jobs in the future: automation. All right, robotization. Now that's some old and new inside here, right? And then internet, digitization, cybersecurity. Okay, cybersecurity is a very big, what do you call, area, and that is growing because everybody's on computers, everybody's on internet and network. So cybersecurity is a very important area, and it's very well, people are very well paid in cybersecurity, right? We have Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay, you're familiar with IR 4.0, right? Industry Revolution 4.0. You know that, guys? What is that Industry 4.0? Is that the
Basically, it's a consists of new technology like fintech, AI. They have quite so many things that inside IR 4.0. But basically, the direction for IR 4.0 is we heading on the digital transformation and technology. They are focusing on that.
All right. Now, this is not only technology. There are more areas that we need to look at in IR 4.0. Okay, Saiful, what is your understanding on IR 4.0?
IR 4.0 it's about the high tech on IT lah.
Okay, so what is the difference between IR 4.0 and IR now lah? What you are doing lah? What is the difference?
Is the concept it's not silo anymore. It's interconnected.
Interconnected, very good. That's the term I was looking for lah. The whole entire thing is going to be connected now.
Is it about digital transformation, Mr. Franklin?
Yeah, digital transformation actually is a big word. So many things. When you talk about digital transformation, it could even mean a company moving online. That also called be digital transformation, right? So it gives us so many things. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of idea on IR 4.0 lah. So some of you are familiar, some maybe are not so familiar with this now, right? Now, what is the Industry 1.0? What is 1.0? Do you remember Industry 1.0?
It's focusing on the manufacturing. If I
No, 1.0 is actually agriculture. Remember those days? The first kind of industry that people had was agriculture. You plant, you grow. There's no machinery, nothing involved in that. So the first IR 1.0 is basically agriculture. Then what happened due to inventions and all that, machines came about. Right, then you had the Industrial Revolution took place it started in England, and then it moved to all other countries, right? So what happened was new industries came about, and then machines were taking over people's job, right? So everything was automated, machines were taking over the job and all that. This is 1930s, 1920s, 30s, and all that timeline, right? So people were very upset, we were very upset about it, and then they said, oh, why is it, we are losing our jobs and all that, machines are going to take our job. But did it happen? Did that happen? No. What happened was new jobs were formed, right? Because somebody has to manage the machine, somebody got to repair the machine, new jobs were formed, right? So that was what happened. Now, then what happened? Industry 3.0 came about. What is 3.0? 2.0 is using machinery. 3.0?
It's a partial automation.
Partial automation, yes. That is where you have robotics, your computers, robotics and all that was the 3.0. So machinery, all were now using robots and all that, factories using robots, and then we had computers, So that is what they call 3.0. But now we have come to 4.0. So what is Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 is basically interconnection of all these things together. Humans and what they call robots all are connected together. Now, let me give you an example. Have you heard of the word IoT, Internet of Things? Internet of Things, right?
Yes.
What is it, Anu? What is Internet of Things?
It's everything that has been connected with any technology that can be connected. Basically, either via infra or via Bluetooth. It's called IoT.
IoT. Okay, so now at the moment, now we are actually connected to each other. We email each other. We are connected to internet. Now we are virtual conversation. We are actually connected by internet, to the internet. But now machines are being connected to the internet. For example, equipment is being connected, and they can talk to each other. For example, the fridge will talk to the aircon will talk to the water heater, like that, and it's all connected via the via the internet. And that's the reason why you need 5G, because 5G network will be able to sustain all these things. The 4G what we have is not fast enough, is it? That's the reason why there's a push for the 5G, right? So Internet of Things is becoming very important now, is it? So all equipment, like for example, drones, can you see now drones are all connected, in like the day I was seeing in China, they have this drone show, all the drones, they on the sky, they can come up and have new designs now, right? And then suddenly what happened? Something went wrong. The whole entire drones crashed. Did you hear about that? Did you hear that? Recently, it happened in China, and all the drones crashed. So how are they connected? They're all connected to the internet, right? So that's called what you call Industry 4.0, and that's where we are in now, right? Okay, but for that to happen, the infrastructure, we need to build that infrastructure up, and we really need the 5.0. Only then you can gain traction. Otherwise, it's going to be, we are going to be lagging behind other countries when it comes to what you call Industry 4.0. All right. Okay. So good. All right. So, and like what Itaji said, like fintech and all these kind of new, what you call industries are born now, and out of this. So this is basically the Industry 4.0. All right. Now, these are new skills that we can develop. Okay. Now, will robots take our jobs, sir? Do you think robots are going to take our job one day?
Possibility.
Maybe in the future, maybe lecturing and all that, the robot is going to do the lecturing. There's no human being doing the lecturing, right? Isn't it? It might happen. It might take my job away also. How about your jobs? Do you think your jobs can be taken over by robots?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, is that this job? Okay, fine. How about others? Let's say, Deva, your job, do you think a robot can take over your job?
I doubt, Mr. Franklin.
You're doing accounting, you're doing administration and all that. Do you think robot can take over the job?
Sometimes you need to answer so many things. Can the robot do it or not?
All right. Okay. Good.
I think Mr. Franklin, lecturing, in developing human, develop human. I think a robot cannot take over overall. Just sending something, just for the digital registration, can. But during me as a lecturer also, so
you also lecturer,
not only develop, just sending the information to them. We sending something, the experience, what share the what kind of the difference in the just theoretical and then the practical. So sometimes the robot not just thinking about logic. Didn't have the common sense.
Yes, so you're right. So they don't have emotions, they don't have feelings, right? Isn't it? They are logic. They can input what they call knowledge, but how it is being delivered, maybe that they are not able to do that. All right. Okay, so let's watch this one.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Robert Thespian.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
This is a humanoid robot, which means it looks, it talks, and it even acts, well, like a human. So does that mean it could take a human's job like mine?
You better believe it. No, I'm only joking, not really.
There's no denying robots and automation are increasingly part of our daily lives. Just look around the grocery store or the highway, or in the case of Robo-Thespian here, even at the theater.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain.
The rise of robots has led to some pretty scary warnings about the future of work.
Robots will be able to do everything better than us.
A recent study found up to 670,000 U.S. jobs were lost to robots between 1990 and 2007, and that number is likely to go up. A widely cited study from 2013 found nearly half of all jobs in the U.S. are in danger of being automated over the next 20 years. Occupations that require repetitive and predictable tasks in transportation, logistics, and administrative support were especially high risk. And just think, robots don't need health benefits, vacation, or even sleep for that matter. But the debate over whether robots will take over all of our jobs is by no means settled. Many economists argue automation will ultimately create new jobs. After all, someone has to program the robots, right? Let's go back to the 1850s, when trains were the most popular mode of transportation. This chart shows the number of locomotive engineers, railroad conductors, and brakemen increasing by nearly 600%. But that growth slowed in the early 1900s. Why? You guessed it, the automobile came along. Car mechanic and repairman jobs surged, even though railroad jobs began to disappear. And some companies say the same thing will happen when robots move into the marketplace. A survey of 20,000 employers from 42 countries found that the IT, customer service, and advanced manufacturing industries will add workers over the next 2 years as a result of automation. It's hard to imagine that robots could replicate human characteristics like empathy or compassion that are required in many jobs. I mean, would you really want a robot as your nurse, babysitter, or teacher? But even if robots don't take our jobs entirely, research shows they will significantly change day-to-day tasks in the workplace. This is particularly a problem for lower-skilled workers who aren't able to retrain for new jobs. They might get stuck with lower wages in a world with more robots, and that could make income inequality even worse. These guys are making a lot of things uncertain right now, but one thing that's clear is skills training is required if we hope to get along with friends like them in the workplace.
I think we're going to get along just fine.
Hey everyone, it's Elizabeth and RoboSaskian here. Thanks so much for watching our video. You can check out more of our videos all the time, including one about universal basic income over here on our YouTube page. While you're at it, leave us some ideas in the comment section and subscribe to our channel. See you later.
All right. So robots now actually have evolved, they have actually improved, and they use a lot of artificial intelligence in them, is it? Okay, what is artificial intelligence? Anybody? We hear that everywhere, is it? People keep talking about artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? Anybody? Anu? These are terms that, as graduates, MBA students, you need to be very familiar with, because whether we like it or not, AI is taking over our jobs. We might be taking over our jobs, all right? Okay, I know you're a teacher, isn't it? Unmute yourself, yeah.
Okay. No, sir, I'm a logistician.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Who was the teacher? Somebody else was a teacher. One more person. All right, okay. All right. So now, do you think of jobs are going to go? Anu, how about your job? Do you think your job might be taken over by artificial intelligence in the future?
Maybe I can say that 50%, but another 50% have to be use a manpower for that.
Manpower.
Because if we say that Industrial Revolution 4.0 is empower business, is better to be understanding how to masterize in the digital wise. Yeah. Especially when how we want to conduct with the systems, how we want to be masterized with the system, with like we using currently in the company is SAP ERP system. But in terms of the communication with that next level, like we have to be some communication, two-way communication between that. In my course, like I'm in a supply chain, I have to be communicate with the custom. So they have a lot of understanding in every aspect for our operation. We have to be a communicate, to be a interpret, to explanation, to arguing, or either to more understanding about the boost productivity about the job. So for me, I say that maybe 50% my work will be conducted by system, but another 50% I have to still be conduct.
So that what you're saying, there will be a human factor there, which you need, right?
True.
There will be some part will be taken over because it's a day-to-day, the normal thing, we call it mundane work, you got to those that are repetition will be taken over by robots. Okay.
Yes.
But those that are jobs you need to keep changing every time, those jobs are okay, right? So those jobs are going to be, I think, fine, For now, I don't think they're going to be staying. But you remember, robots are always evolving, Now, artificial intelligence is what? Saiful, maybe you can tell us, what is AI?
AI is about the simulation of the what we call the human intelligence process by machines, some sort of thing.
All right. Okay. So, Izati, what is AI in yours one?
based on my understanding, is some process that will be processed by will be adapted by robotic, by machine, especially.
Machines. Now, artificial intelligence, in simple words, is like this. Now, computers cannot think. Am I right or not? When you program your computer, like for example, you all do programming, you program a computer, it only can do in that way. For example, our calculator is a computer actually, right? You press 1 plus 1, it'll give you as 2, right? It cannot give you as 3 or 4 or whatever, because that is how it has been programmed, right? Now, but this is not very good, because why? Computers need to learn. All right. So how are they going to learn? So because of that, they developed the concept called artificial intelligence, where computers can actually think, they can actually think. All right. And they can modify and change their, their whole entire programming. For example, if you're going on a road and then suddenly you find the road has got a lubang line, so one time you can already, so tomorrow you're going on the road. Will you follow the same way, or will you just sidetrack that? I'm sure you will turn to another lane and go right, because you want to avoid the hole. Am I right or not? Right. So, but a computer, or let's say a self-driving car, will go on the same hole again, right? So, but if he's got AI, then what he does is it learns from the mistake. So first time it happened, then the computer will say, oh, it's happening like this time, go hole. Tomorrow I will move, and you'll see somebody else doing, and then it learn from somebody else, So that's called artificial intelligence, because computers will become clever, more clever and more clever, So that's actually is what is really happening, right? That is why, like now, for example, when you watch Netflix, they will give you some recommendation, they'll say, hey, this show is good for you, because what they do, they're collecting data. And from this data, what they're gathering, what they're doing, they're using some algorithm. Algorithm means a computer program, and then providing information for you. So this is called AI. So AI is changing. And why AI is popular now? Because they have a lot of data. All the data that you get, it keeps improving itself, keep changing, getting new and new, information. So that's called artificial intelligence. All right. So these are something that you will be hearing from time to time, artificial intelligence. Right. So you listen to words like machine learning. Machine learning. Machine learning means a machine can learn something. So one robot can actually teach another robot how to do the work. That's called machine learning, right? All these are part of what you call artificial intelligence, right? Now, in 2015, these are the jobs, complex problem solving, coordinating with others, people management, critical thinking, negotiating, quality control, service orientation, judgment, decision making, active listening, and creativity. These are the jobs, right? So what is happening in 2020? The top skills that is necessary here. What is the difference between 2015 and 2020? This from WEC, World Economic Forum. What is new, and what I think more or less all of them are there. The same things are there except a few. What is not there?
Emotional intelligence.
Okay, emotional intelligence. All right. Okay, so 2020, emotional intelligence becoming more and more important. Right. Okay. We study EI, we will study that today. All right. What is EI and how is it important, in managing people and talking in dealing with people? That's one of the subjects one of the topics that we'll be covering today or tomorrow. We'll be covering that. Okay, good. Anything else you find it different? Instead of service orientation is still there. Negotiation is there. Critical thinking.
Control.
From quality control now, no more quality control. What is there? They've removed quality control and they put cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility. Cognitive means what? The word cognitive means is thinking. So you have to change your thinking. Flexible in the way we think. So the future is basically not in the very set ways. We have to keep changing. We must be what you call the word that is agile. We must be able to change in the way we think. Don't be set in the ways that, this is how the SOP, this is how the procedure is, right? So we must be ready to be able to change, not only in our procedures, but also our thinking also need to change, right? Okay, look at this word, active listening. You see that? Active listening. This is another topic that we'll cover also today. What is active listening, right? So these are important skills that we need to pick up, right? So we must be ready, all right? Many of you have been working in this line for many years, but we have to be ready to what you call upskill ourselves at any time. I think that's very important, all right? So we need to keep up, with what is happening and the changes that is happening in the what you call organization today, all right? Okay, now answer me is what business are we all in? What business are we in?
Can I say
Human
machine
business.
to machine?
Okay, machine to machine. Okay, then yeah. Next, anybody else? Dennis, you said something, I think.
Lifestyle.
We are in lifestyle business. Okay, no, not very accurate. It's connected, but yeah, you're right, but not fully. You there, lah.
Human.
What? Huh?
Human business.
Yeah, we are in the human business, or actually we are in the people business, basically. Now, this is a very important, what you call, principle that every one of us need to understand. Whatever level of management that you're in, we are all in the people business. When people forget that, or managers forget that, then what happens? The whole entire organization is what you call not effective. We are all in the people, even though it's technology, but there are people behind the technology. Am I right? Okay, for example, people are using WhatsApp or using internet or virtual, meetings, but it's people that are behind the technology. So if we learn to handle people, you will learn to be successful in anything that you do, right? So you might be in oil and gas, you might be in IT now, right? You might be doing logistics, right? Or you might be in network engineers, like some of you, but at the end of all these things, we are all in the people business. All right, remember that. That is very important, right? Listen to look at this. Okay, this is Howard Schultz. He's the CEO of Starbucks. Why is Starbucks so famous and so popular and so successful, right? Because what he believes is different. We are not in the coffee business. Okay, what business are they in? They are serving people. We are in the people business serving coffee, right? We are not in the coffee business serving people. Okay, we are in the people business serving coffee. All right. Now, what is the difference between the two? What is the difference, Anu? What is the difference? What is he saying? We are not in the coffee business serving people. We are the people business serving coffee. What is the difference?
They're more focused to servicing to the customer.
Yes, they mean that their focus is not on the product,
Products, yes.
They are focused on people. So they're serving people, right? So they're selling, what do you call? So that's why they have a coffee, what do you call this thing, right? Now, when companies like this, tomorrow they can sell tea. Starbucks can sell tea. Do you think they'll be successful?
Yes.
Yes. Why will be successful?
Because their business is more to servicing, not to the product.
Yes, their focus is people. People go to Starbucks because of excellent service. Not because the coffee is excellent. Okay, coffee is good, but it's not the thing. We go there because we like the service that is provided. People. Okay, so that's the reason why we go there. And that's why. So whatever they give us, we don't mind taking it. Another example is Apple. Right now, Apple is a company. They deal. They are not into products. They are more into what? People. Okay, they want to give people the best solution. Innovative ideas, right? Different from everybody else. That's what you call Apple is. Apple's concept is basically, I want to give something what normally people don't do. It is something different is what we're giving. So that's a concept. And that's why people are willing to buy anything from Apple, right? Now, if I say Apple, what comes in your mind? What comes to your mind if I say Apple?
Lifestyle.
Okay, yeah, Apple is lifestyle, right? So we think about iPhone, right? Now, if let's say Apple is coming up with another product, what's the new product that Apple is coming up with? Anybody? What is the new product?
iPhone 13.
Apple car.
A car. All right. So now, what are they coming up with next? Car, right? Somebody mentioned car, isn't it? Now, Apple is selling a car. Look at that. They are selling phones, and then now they're selling car. Do you think people will buy from them or not? Do you think people will buy their car?
Yes.
Yes. Why? Why do you think they'll buy?
Still in the Google style. I mean, lifestyle category.
Yes, because not to say it's a trend, but okay, Samsung can come up with a car. Will you buy a Samsung car? Samsung also same kind of business, right? They also like Apple business, making phones and all that. Will you buy a Samsung car?
Yeah, of course, sir.
You will buy.
Maybe.
Okay, all right. So now the reason why people will buy an Apple car is because what does Apple stand for? Okay, Apple is a company that stands for good design, all right, quality materials, quality stuff, and also at the same time, it defies all the norm. It tries something different from everybody else. And that's why people would like to buy from the company. So very important, not focusing on this thing, but focusing on the people, helping people. So Starbucks is basically people. So people are key in any organization, right? So we're going to look at what they call managing people in organizations now. All right. Okay. Normally what I'll do is I will take a 1 hour, after 1 hour, I just take about 5 to 10 minutes break. So you guys, now it's already 1 hour, right? So can we go for a quick break and then we come back again?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, sir.
Okay. All right. So we're going to look at managing people in organization today. All right. So we're going to look at what is organizational behavior. Can you all hear me? Okay. So we're going to look at organizational behavior. Now, what is organizational behavior? What in your mind you think is organizational behavior?
It's management.
Yes, Lekha?
The human resource management.
Human resource management. Okay. Right. So?
They want training the people in the.
Why are we studying organizational behavior?
To know on their behavior towards the staff.
Behavior towards the staff or behavior of the staff?
Or of the staff towards to others, the environment itself.
Yes. Okay. Right. So basically, organization behavior is the study of how people behave in an organization, within groups, teams, Okay, so organization behavior is studying about people, how people behave, why they behave in such a way in the particular organization. Now, but why are we doing that? Why are we studying organization behavior? Why do you think we want to study how people behave? Saiful, why do we want to study how people behave?
It's important for the management to know the staff in the organization to achieve the organization goal.
Objective.
Yeah, objective.
The objective of the organization, right? Okay. Now, why we are studying organization behavior? Because in organization we need to get the right people for the job. Am I right? Okay. So if we know that this kind of people behave in this way, then we can get the right people in the job. So when you do recruitment, you know who you want to get. What are the characters of the people? What are the type of how to motivate the group of people? All these things is what you study in organization behavior. So in organization behavior, you're going to study about motivation. You're going to study about theories. Right? For example, a few theories like leadership theories. How do you develop leaders? Right? What are the different what you call characteristics of leaders? You study about that, and then you'll also study about what you call a perception, and learning. How do people learn in an organization? How do they learn? So we're going to study all those things. So a lot of theories are going to be behind that. All right. So we're going to cover that. But let's watch this video. It talks about what is organizational behavior, and after that we'll do a short discussion on what you understand from there, right?
Organizational behavior, and why should it be studied? Answers to these two fundamental questions will help you better appreciate organizational behavior as a field and can be of value to you in your future. Let's take a look. Organizational behavior, or OB, is the study of human behavior in organizational settings, of the interface between human behavior and the organization and of the organization itself. Although we can focus on any one of these three areas, we must also remember that all three are ultimately necessary for a comprehensive understanding of organizational behavior. This figure illustrates this view of organizational behavior. It shows the linkages among human behavior in organizational settings, the individual organization interface, the organization itself, and the environment surrounding the organization. Each individual brings to an organization a unique set of personal characteristics and unique personal background and set of experiences from other organizations. Therefore, in considering the people who work in their organization, managers must look at the unique perspective each individual brings to the work setting. But individuals do not work in isolation. They come in contact with other people and with the organization in a variety of ways. Points of contact include managers, co-workers, formal policies and procedures of the organization, and various changes implemented by the organization. In addition, over time, individuals change as a function of their personal experiences and mastery, as well as through work experiences and organizational development. An organization, of course, exists before a particular person joins it and continues to exist after he or she leaves. Thus, the organization itself represents a critical third perspective from which to view organizational behavior. The core of OB is being effective at work. Understanding how people behave in organizations and why they do what they do is critical to working effectively with and managing others. Organizational behavior gives everyone the knowledge and the tools they need to be effective at any organizational level. Organizational behavior is an important topic for anyone who works or will eventually work in an organization, which is the case for most people. Moreover, OB is actually important to us as individuals from numerous perspectives. Organizations as a whole also benefit from OB. Imagine the difference between a company with motivated, engaged employees with clear goals aligned with business strategy, and one with unhappy employees, a lot of conflict, weak leadership, and a lack of direction. OB also helps organizations perform well. A mounting body of evidence shows that an emphasis on the softer side of business positively influences bottom-line results. By listening to employees, recognizing their work, building trust.
Okay, so basically we look at OB is basically how behavior, individuals behave in an organization, and how we can, as managers, we can understand them and help them to develop their, what do you call, their skills. So the organizational behavior is one of the key things that we will need in any organization, because remember, the end of everything is people. All right, so people are important and vital in any organization.
Organizational behavior.
Okay, now organizational behavior is a study about what each individual does within the organization and how individual behavior influences the organization performance as a whole. All right, if the individuals are motivated, the company is going to be very powerful and strong. Okay, if the individuals are not motivated, are not interested, and then you will find the organization is not going to perform well. All right, so that's very important. So the individual behavior is going to affect the performance of the organization. So look at this picture. It tells you about, this is the individual. This is the group. Within the individual, within the group, the individual exists within the group, and the group exists within the organization. All right, and each are affecting each other. For example, the individuals will impact the group, positively or negatively, and this group will impact the organization. Right. So we have, the important thing is getting the right people on board. Okay, so the important, not only that, but basically training them, getting the right people, training them and leading them to make sure that the organization's goals are achieved. This is basically organizational behavior. All right, now the disciplines that are used in organizational behavior are a few, right? Which means, like, for example, when we want to study organizational behavior, you need to study a little bit about these things. All right, for example, you need to study about psychology. Okay, let's put psychology here. Let's see. Let me give you a highlighter. Okay, so we need to look at psychology, right? Psychology is important because, that's my pen. Okay, we need to look at psychology. Psychology is important part of the thing, because we need to understand how is it that a person is performing. All right, so we need to understand their the learning, the methodology, how they do. So psychology is a science that helps to measure, explain, and sometimes change the behavior of humans and other animals. Right. So psychologists concern themselves with the understanding of behavior. Now, part of organizational behavior, we need to understand that we're going to study a little bit of psychology also. That means we're going to learn about, we will learn about how people learn. Okay, so what is the psychology? So we're going to study a little bit of that. Okay, then you also have what you call anthropology. What is anthropology? Anthropology study society, learn about human beings and their activities. Anthropologists work on cultures, environments, and differences that exist in values, attitudes, and behavior. So we study. Anthropology is a study of people, actually. All right, it's a study of people and societies. So we understand how societies impact what you call organizations, right? So psychology, anthropology, and then we also have what? Sociology. Sociology study the social system in which an individual fulfill their role. That is, sociology studies people in relation to the fellow human beings. For example, how we react with our neighbors, how we react with fellow workers, right? So that's, you study sociology, right? And then you also study political science. Political science studies the behavior of individual group within a political environment, all right? Because when you talk about companies also do have a political, leaning. So they are, there is some politics within companies. Every company you see, Misty has a political kind of thing there inside. So we need to study a little bit of political science, right? And then we also look at social psychology, all right? So social psychology mixes all these things together, psychology, sociology, and focuses on influencing of people in one another. When you study social psychology, motivation and all that is part of social psychology, all right? So when we study organization behavior, we use these disciplines, psychology, anthropology, sociology, and also political science, okay? Now, management. What is management? Management is the planning, organizing, and leading and controlling of humans and other resources to achieve organizational goals effectively and efficiently, right? The purpose of management is to make sure that the goals of the company, first of all, you got to look at the resources the company has, okay, and use it effectively. Resources could be money, it could be equipment, it could be also manpower. How to use all these resources that we have effectively and efficiently. All right, now effectively and efficiently, we look at the difference between effective and efficient. All right, so to use it both effectively and efficiently so that the goals of the company are achieved. That's called management, the definition of management. The definition of organization is a collection of people who work together to coordinate their action to achieve a wide variety of goals that the organizations have, right? So these are the two basic definitions that we need to know, management and organization, all right? Now, classification of managers. How do we classify managers, right? So this is some, basically you all are aware of it, right? Now, there are three levels of managers, basically. You have the top managers, which are the CEOs, CFO, these are the top level managers, right? Then you have the middle managers, okay? And then you have the first line managers. Middle managers are those, like, for example, marketing managers, or those who are in between the top and the first. The first line managers are those managers dealing directly with the non-managerial employees. For example, workers. Okay, like for example, you have workers that you pay what you call a gaji, a daily gaji kind of thing. So those are non-managerial employees, right? So top managers, middle managers, first line managers, and non-managerial employees. So most of you are at the top three. Some of you are top managers, which are involved in decision making, okay, in the businesses and also in the strategic planning of the organization. So you're at the top management. Middle managers are those that take the information and the strategies that is drilled down from the top management and able to implement it. And first line managers are those that are actually doing the implementation, where you work with the workers down there, which are non-managerial employees. So these are the basic classification of managers, right? Now, when you look at, remember I told you about the word efficiency and effectiveness, right? Now, there is a difference between efficiency and effective. Now, what is efficient? What is effective? Can anybody tell me what is the meaning of efficient and what is the meaning of effective? What do you mean by efficient? Deva, what is efficient?
Get done something in a proper way.
Okay, getting it done in a proper way. All right, efficient. Effective? What is effective, you think?
After getting it done must be successful, so it's effective.
Effective. Okay, all right. Now, efficiency is doing it right. doing the things right, okay, or getting most of the output from at least amount of input, okay, which means you're efficient in doing it. It means you have no wastage. That's what is meant by efficiency, okay? There's no wastage. For example, if you're doing manufacturing, the least wastage that you have, then you're more efficient, right? Efficient means, for example, using the least amount of manpower or least time to do it, then you're efficient, right? So doing things right or getting it done in the least amount of output, right? So effective is what? Like what you mentioned, doing the right things or completing it so the goals are achieved. Like what you mean, getting it done, the output, right? That is effective. So whatever you do must be efficient and it must be effective. Efficient means doing it correctly the first time and so not without any wastage. Effectiveness is getting it done so result is achieved. You're supposed to do it this way and you get it done that way. So that's called effective, right? So when you look at an organization, if in order to measure the performance of an organization, it must be both efficient and also effective, right? So let's look at this, what you call matrix. When you look at this matrix, on one side is effectiveness, the other side is what you call efficiency. Okay. Now, if let's say, for example, let's look at the stick over here. So let's say efficiency is low, all right, and effectiveness is lower. Then you're talking to a company. Then this is a company that is what you call very low performance company. I mean, it's not effective, neither is it efficient. Low efficiency, low effectiveness. The manager chooses the wrong goals to pursue and makes poor use of resources, right? A low quality product that customers do not want. This is what you call low effectiveness, low this thing, right? Now, if you take a case like this, for example, a highly efficient company, okay, highly efficient company, but very low effectiveness, right? High efficiency, low effectiveness. Manager chooses inappropriate goals, but makes good use of resources to pursue this goal. Result, a high quality product that customers do not want. A high quality product that customers do not want, right? Okay, give me an example of something like that. A company that produces very efficient, a high quality product, but customers don't want that, Give me an example of that. Any company that is highly efficient, but effective. Not effective, very low in effectiveness. Anybody? Okay. One thing that comes to my mind is the Segway. Do you know the Segway? You know the Segway, right? Isn't it? Segway, where you have for example, in the airport you go, you have this guys, the police airport going on one kind of machine like that. Have you seen that? The Segway?
Yes, no.
Yeah. So that is actually an invention, a very good quality invention. But then when they invented it, there was no market for it. Nobody wanted it, is it? So that was a good example of what you call highly efficient kind of a product, but not effective. It was not effective. What they intended it to be, they wanted it to be a kind of a thing that people can go on the road with it, but it did not happen. All right. So the goal was not achieved. But highly efficient, but it is not achieved, right? So companies go into this mode if they don't careful whether they are effective or efficient, right? Then you have low efficiency, high. Low efficiency means it's not very efficient, but is effective. So manager choose the right goals to pursue, but does a poor job of using resources to achieve. Result, a product that customers want, but that is too expensive for them to buy. Okay. Something that too expensive. Because why is it very expensive? Because it is not very efficiently made. The resources are not used efficiently, and because of that, the price of the product is very expensive. But people want that, but it's too expensive for them, right? So that's a kind of organization. But the kind of organization that we should desire to be is this, okay? High in effectiveness and high in what you call efficiency. Right? So manager chooses the right goals to pursue and makes good use of the resources to achieve these goals. A product that the customers want at a quality, at a price that they can afford, right? So effectiveness and efficiency are quite important. And then this is something that we really look into a company where it is highly efficient and at the same time it is also effective, right? Okay, now you know the meaning, right, of the difference between effective, efficient, and effectiveness, right? Now, function of managers. Okay, what is the function? What is the job of manager? As a manager, most of you are at the managerial level. What is your job? As a manager, what are you supposed to do? What are your functions? What is your function?
Coordinate.
Okay, we need to coordinate. Okay, then some more.
To organize the.
You need to organize.
Managing the staff.
Managing the staff. Okay. All right.
Control.
So now,
promote
yes.
positive team culture and environment.
Okay, then you need to. I mean, you need to motivate them and communicate with them. A positive culture lah. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Now, so basically, Andrew Foyle he wrote in his thesis in his research he found that all managers perform 5 management functions. They are organize, command, coordinate, and control. But the new management theories they say they condense it into 4 functions: planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Okay, so these are the basic 4 functions of managers now. All right. Okay, now first let's look at planning. Okay, now look at the planning part. What is the job of a manager is to plan, define goals, right? That means you need to set goals for the organization. This is what we need to do, at different levels, they have different, what they call goals, organization, department, and worker level goals, right? Establish an overall strategy for achieving this goal. You need to define the goals and come up with a strategy. And then you need to develop a comprehensive hierarchy of plans to integrate and coordinate activities, right? So that's the planning part. So a job of a manager is planning. One of the key jobs is planning what you call work and achieving the goals. That's a manager's job, right? The second job that they have is what? Organizing, okay? Determining what tasks are to be done. Who is to do it, right? Now, for example, especially when it comes to a project, you got to talk about, okay, who is going to do what, which person is going to do what. That's called organization, right? How the tasks are to be grouped, who reports to them, where the decisions are to be made and centralized. Either is it going to be centralized or is it going to be decentralized, right? Now, all these things that we are learning today are all common sense, which you're already doing. I'm sure as managers, you do planning, you also do organizing, you do controlling, and you do leading. Right? But we're going to put it in a format where it is easy for you to understand our job. Okay, what is our job, right? As a manager, your job is to manage and the whole entire resources of the company and make sure that the resources are all efficiently managed, and effective and efficient towards the achieving of the goal of the company. So that's a job of a manager. You need to plan, organize, control, and lead. All right. Okay, then comes the leading part. Now, leading part, you got to motivate the employee. This is what Anu was telling right just now, right? You got to talk to them, motivate them, direct the activities of the others, select the most effective communicating channels. Okay, we'll study about communication later on, right? How important communication is, different types of communications, we'll look at that. Resolve conflicts among members. How can you resolve conflict? Okay, so this is also part of what they call leading, coming to leading, right? And final part is the controlling, monitoring it to check and see whether the targets have been met, right? All the activities, KPIs have been met, is it? Compare the actual performance with the previously set goals, right? Correct significant deviation, whether there is a proper deviation from the actual goal that you've met, right? So these are the 4 basic functions of managers, right? Now, tell me, which one is the most difficult part for you? Which one you think is the most difficult part or difficult function for you as a manager?
Controlling.
Controlling lah. Why is it
Controlling.
Okay, why is it controlling difficult?
Based on my experience, I can say that we can plan, we can organize, and we can leading that as well. But whatever we planning from the beginning, it can be a last minute changes due of some reasons. Like usually, I can say that in supply chain, I planning from the beginning to organize and I was do a deadline to get the job done on time or the cargo arrive on time. But
give me an example. I know maybe it'll be more significant for us. Example of something that happened and then you planned out and then didn't work out. Tell me.
Okay, during this pandemic especially, I have a cargo which is been ordered before pandemics.
You're dealing in what product, your company?
Telco.
Telco, is it?
Yes,
Okay.
telco. So we planned it that before the COVID pandemic happened. So when the sudden pandemic implements
Right.
and MCO, everything done, this all world that manufacturing is down. So we understand that it's manufacturing is down. No people is being no manpower, no is resources over there. So after a few months, we noticed that the company and manufacturing from the over the world start to have emphasize the calling that manpower for the partial. I mean, like we have a batch 1, batch 2, everything, right? We organize on the way. When we get that part, we can't get the material as per the order.
Okay.
Okay, so means like we order 10, but they can complete for us 5 only.
Okay.
But we need 10 on time for be delivered to the customer. So that is the one part that we need to be a replan again. And organization part that I have to communicate with my engineering team, my managerial team to say that this kind of a product can be delivered this amount particular product. So that's not cannot be done on time because we need all the complete material finished good arrive to us, then only we can do installing.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, is not the product is not being functionized. Right. So that part is one of that we cannot control. The second, if I get all the material on time to be manufactured, I can't control and the logistic side. Delay on the vessel, delay on the flight. So we don't not enough of the space on the vessel, and also we need to pay more higher cost for get the goods to be arrived or either to deliver on time.
All right, good. Thanks for your sharing. How about others, Sudha? Do you think this is which part of it is the most difficult for you?
Obviously, the controlling part is the most difficult one, Mr. Franklin.
Okay, yeah.
And the reason is that I always believe that we're only able to control about 3 to 5%, but 95% of it we are unable to control. We can have the best planning, best organization. We can actually lead, motivate, and also direct the activities. But there are a lot of moving parts that which is beyond our control.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think the other subject, why I say it is beyond our control is that, and when we deal with the people, each and every one of us are different, just like our 10 fingers, right?
Yeah.
Different. So they all behave differently. They all have different expectations, and as such, it makes a little bit more difficult to when we wanted to achieve our targets. So we need to be patient. We need to understand the people, and above all, and I think one of the key things that a manager should have is that the ability to listen. Talk less, listen more, I guess.
Very good. Okay, that's true. That's called active listening. We'll cover that, How do we listen? What is the way to listen, That's something interesting for you all, is see, a lot of times we don't listen, we are just hearing and listening are two different things, all right? So we will cover that, on listening. Okay, let me move on. All right. Okay, how about motivating employees? Do you find it difficult motivating them, directing, and all that? Is that okay with you all?
So for me, the leading part is more, I can say, it's more challenge.
More challenging.
Yes, because I deal of people, and then to motivate them, we need time. When you can motivate your team, and then you can resolve the conflicts between the members, and then you can achieve the goals. So the controlling is not so difficult if the leading part can be done. I can say it can be done perfectly.
Okay. So you are in sales, right? Isn't it, Yani?
No, in Korea service.
Oh, you're in Korea service. Sorry, I keep confusing you and your sister. Your sister is Swarnab. So in Korea service. Now, you see, sometimes I also find this, different departments, they have different challenges, you see. That is the thing. See, for example, I was always in the marketing and the sales side in companies and organizations, right? For me, motivating staff and all that is a normal thing. Okay, it's not a problem for me. But the challenges are in maybe other things, maybe, for example, in my problem would be in controlling, right? But I find some of them who are like my accountants and all that, they have difficulty in working with the staff, they cannot motivate the staff, the whole team not working together, always fight with each other, the kind of thing is there. So I find maybe, it's the job or different kind of, what do you call, departments, they have different kind of challenges. So motivating them, like what you said, different departments and you have different problems, all right? Okay, so all right. Okay, so different people have different challenges in the kind of organizations, right? Okay, so let's move on. Now, time spent on each, what do you call this thing? For example, top manager, you spend more time on planning, organizing, and leading and controlling, Now, more controlling, all right? So middle managers, you spend less time on planning. First line managers, even much less time on planning. So this chart gives us the kind of a timeline or the amount of time that, a relative time spent on each functions. All right, so this is a very interesting chart. It tells you the first line managers, most of the time they spend on what? Leading. You see that? This is where the challenges are, see? So if you're a first line manager, what are the skills that you need to have? Tell me, looking at this.
Communications.
Yeah, you need to have good communication skills. Some more?
Negotiation.
You got a very good negotiation skill. Yeah, you're right. Then some more? You got to have good people skills. Am I right?
People skills. Yeah.
Yes, you need to have people skills. That's why sometimes you see a CEO all very arrogant, don't talk much have you seen that sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah, they are leader, but they don't act like leader. They act like boss. Don't know what kind of a thing like that.
Exactly.
And some of them got very poor people skills. Have you seen that or not?
Because why, Mr. Franklin? I think that the first line managers, because they are communicating to the lower level of the staff,
Yes.
so they need a lot of people skill to motivate, communicate the goals.
Yes.
So when they go to the middle managers, so they spend a little bit lesser on the communication, because the first line managers under them is quite they can understand well.
Yeah.
And then when they go to the top part, so actually they just plan and they just command.
They don't spend much time on what you call leading people and things like that, All right. So the job is not more onto leading.
Because they are dealing with different level of people.
Different level of people. You're right. Different level of people, which don't need too much of leading. They don't need to be led, is they? At that category, right? Their focus is more onto planning, right? But first line managers need to be good leaders. Very important. So if you are hiring people who are first line managers, you need to get people with good skills. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. For example, if you are an outlet, let's say it's a Starbucks outlet, right? The manager of the outlet, he's not a middle manager. He's a first line manager. He's handling the entire staff, so he must have very good people skills in handling, all the staff. So we need to look for these skills in these people, right? Rather than what you call planning skills. I don't need so much planning skill. I will need people skill for this kind of category of people, right? So this chart gives you what is the kind of thing that you look for in the people according to the timeline, right? So like some people like Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs used to be, he's never a people person, People don't like working with him, okay? He's good in organizing and, controlling, planning and all that is good, but he's never been a good, what you call in handling people. So when he took over when he started the company, the person who actually invested in the company, what he did when the company grew, first thing they hired is what? Managers. Okay, they hire a manager who can handle people, because he was every day he come and shout at the staff, worker and all that. All the workers are leaving, and then they look and say, what is this like? This is not good. So you need to hire what you call first line managers now. So this is something interesting for us to understand now. All right. Now, a manager should have should have three skills, right? Managers should have three different skills. right? Now, our competency, right? So he found out, this is a research done by Robert L. Katz, right? And he found out that, the relative importance of a skill varied according to the manager's level within the organization. Right? So remember, we saw different people need to have different what you call skills now. So, but there are 3 basic skills that every manager should have now, right? So write that down, watch this video, write down what are the 3 skills now.
The skills a manager needs can be placed into 4 broad categories: technical, interpersonal, conceptual, and motivation to manage. However, the degree to which each is needed varies depending on a manager's role within an organization. Technical skills include mastery of a specific job function, such as engineering, manufacturing, or finance. Technical skills also include specialized knowledge to solve problems. These skills are particularly important at lower organizational levels where first-line managers train subordinates. Interpersonal skills depend on the manager's ability to work with other people.
Hello.
They include the ability to motivate, facilitate, coordinate, lead, communicate, and resolve conflicts. Interpersonal skills are essential for mid-level managers who work directly with employees on a daily basis. Conceptual skills include the ability to see the big picture of the organization as a whole system and the relationship among its parts. They also include the ability to think strategically and know where one's team fits into the total organization and how the organization fits into the industry, the community, and the broader business and social environment. Conceptual skills are especially needed for managers at the top. There is also another skill, motivation to manage. Motivation to manage is an assessment of how employees interact, compete with, and direct other coworkers. This also includes the ability to tell others what to do, reward good behavior, and punish poor behavior. Managers at higher levels in a company typically have a stronger motivation to manage than other employees. Other skills that managers may need include diagnostic skills to analyze problems, communication skills to convey ideas, decision-making skills to choose the right course of action, and time management skills to prioritize work efficiently.
So what are the 3 basic skills they need? What are the 3 basic skills that they need?
Technical skill.
Interpersonal skill.
Interpersonal, conceptual.
Technical skills, human skills, and conceptual skills, right? So these are the 3 main skills, that every manager should have, right? Now, technical skills, like you say, is within significant for lower level managers, right? For example, you're more on the technical side, you're dealing with all the workers and all that, you should have technical skills. Human skill, also at the middle and the lower level is where you really need, because you really need to deal with people and talk to people. So the important, in fact, they are important for all level, but more so for the middle managers. Conceptual skills are what? For whom? Who should have conceptual skills?
A-level managers.
Higher level managers, right? Those are the C-level, or we call them the C-suite, CEOs, CFOs. They should have a conceptual skill, right? Now, if you want to climb up the ladder within your organization, you need to pick up what you call conceptual skills. All right. Now that is the reason why you all are studying MBA, right? Now, when you study MBA, you are looking at the you might see, for example, you might be in the organization for in the technical line. For example, let's take Saiful. Saiful has been in the technical line for many years. He's an engineer. He handles all the technical part of it, right? So he knows how to handle other people. He's got human skills, but what actually he might lack, is conceptual skill. For example, how is this organization? What is happening in the industry? Right? These are the things that we don't have, right? So when you study MBA, we are actually developing the conceptual skills, right? So you're looking at the organization from the top. See, when you study MBA, you study accounting, you study economic, you study HR, you study marketing. So now you're looking at it from the top and seeing how accounting is coming in the picture, how is marketing coming in, is it? So you're conceptualizing the whole business daripada atas, is it? That is actually MBA. Okay, MBA is a bird's eye view of your business and the organization, right? Now, if you look from the top, you can see how your company, let's say Sapura, is competing in the entire industry. Who are the competitors, and what do you need to go ahead of the competition, you're looking from top. That's called conceptual. Now, this thinking, your engineer might not have, your workers might not have, right? Isn't it? So when you do MBA, you are developing conceptual skills, right? So that's what basically the thing is, right? I think we spoke about this, right? Sudha, you remember the other day we were talking about this on conceptual skills, right? How you can use your MBA, whatever you learn, to apply it in your organization, right? Okay, now organization behavior, there's a lot of challenges that we are having today, right? Especially what you saw in the first video, right? Organizations now are changing. Okay, so total change is happening today in organization. One of the things is basically globalization. You look at globalization, right? And because of globalization, it has disrupted a lot of things. For example, supply chain, right? Now things are becoming what they call cheaper, because why? We are able to source from all over the world. Okay? We studied that in international business. Okay, and we are looking at work-life balance, all right. Now, this is a challenge that companies are having. How to have a work-life balance for employees? We are talking about work from home, right? How sometimes it's difficult. Your boss is calling you at middle of the night sometimes, right? So these are challenges that we're having, all right. Coping with temporariness, right? Which means temporary stuff. Now, people's thinking is like, oh, I'm here for a short while. I'm not going to be here, for a long time, for many years. Temporary kind of a thinking, And this is also a challenge sometimes, for organization, because if you have somebody for a temporary period, you spend a lot of time, money building and training the staff, After some time, they're going to run away to somewhere else, So this is also a challenge, right? Empowering the people, right? Okay, improving customer service and people skills, responding to the labor shortage. Now, there is going to be a labor shortage, basically, and it's always there. Labor shortage is always there. It's just that sometimes, it is acute at some time. At some time, it is not so acute, right? And so these are basically the challenges that any organization have, right? So most of you are already familiar with this. This is the kind of managing workforce diversity. Now, what does this mean? Workforce diversity is basically today, people we work with come from different kind of cultures, Today, we're in a global environment. Some companies, you will have boss from other country you have, right? Sometimes working together with them is so difficult. Like, for example, some of you might be working in a Japanese firm, Japanese company, right? But so sometimes, their way of doing things is totally different compared to our way of doing things. So that will cause some conflicts, within the organization, right? So that workforce diversity, managing workforce diversity is again another challenge for HR managers, right? Now let's look at learning. All right, now learning is a very important part of organizations, right? So because we want to know, okay, why are we learning? We're learning about learning, we are learning about learning because why? We want to know how people learn. How do people learn? Because if we know how people learn, then we can teach them the right way, how they can pick up information, how they can pick up knowledge, right? So we're going to look into how people learn now. What is the basics of learning now? We're going to look at that, right? Now, we're going to go back to theory, a little bit of theory, right? Now, there are three basic learning theories. We call it learning theory, right? Learning theory means theory. What is the meaning of theory? When I say what does theory mean? What is the meaning of theory? When people say theory, whenever the word theory comes, we're going to look at a lot of theory today and tomorrow. What is theory?
Research done.
Okay, there's research done. Okay, so theory. But what is a theory? After the research done, they come up with the theory. All right, after doing research, they come up with the theory. So what is a theory?
Concept.
Explanation.
Yeah, Dennis, what is that?
Explanation.
You're right. Okay, you're close. A theory is, anybody else?
Be a guideline.
Theory is not a guideline. Somebody else who said that?
It's a concept, I think.
Okay, it is in a way, it's a concept, an idea. Okay, now it is. Dennis, what did you say just now?
Is it rules?
Explanation.
Okay. A theory is actually an explanation for a cause. Okay, it's an explanation for a cause. Why something happens. Right, so that's actually a theory, right? A theory is not what you call a law. A law means every time it happens in that way. Like for example, you say, okay, you law of gravity, you know, right? You throw something down, it falls down. That's law of gravity, right? It's not a theory anymore. So normally you move from theory to become a what you call a law, right? A theory is not 100% proof, but it's just a method of explaining certain thing. You know, it's a accepted method of explaining something which is not 100% true, it could be a theory. For example, give me an example of a theory. Give me an example of a theory. Anybody?
Theory of relativity.
Okay, relativity. Can you explain that? What is theory of relativity? Okay, that's a bit difficult to explain, all right? So that's the theory of relativity. I mean, theory is not proven, you know, is it? But it's just a theory. For example, I would say, okay, let's take something simple. Okay, let's say, for example, the Kementerian says, what do you call, old people are easy for them to get COVID. Easy for them to get COVID, all right? Okay, they've done a lot of research, you know, and after the research, they found out that, you know, old people, you know, older the people are getting COVID. Now, is it 100% true? Is it 100% true? Does it mean all old people? Not really. Not all people are going to be sick. Even young people also can get COVID, right? Isn't it? But what they do is they come up with the theory that why they explain now why is it that older people the chance of getting is higher, because why? As you grow older, your body antibody is become weaker, so it cannot fight against the virus. When it cannot fight against the virus, the chances of old people falling sick or thing is higher. This is a theory, all right? A theory will show you the cause and effect. It proves the thing. What is the thing makes it to happen, you know? That's a theory, okay? So when you are doing later research, I think you're going to do business research, right? You're going to be doing it in your graduate research. You have to prove some theory, okay? And when you do research, you have to prove the theory. That's called a theory, right? Okay, so this is basically the meaning of theory. Theory means it's just a way of explaining some phenomena. All right, something is happening. Okay, why is it happening? Okay, maybe because of this. Because I do the research, I find that maybe because of this is why people are, what do you call, this is happening. All right, so the theory of learning is, first of all, classical theory. Classical is a very old theory, you know, or what do you call this thing? You would have come across this, I don't know whether you know, have you heard of Pavlov dog theory? Have you come across that? Anybody? Sudha, you heard of that? Pavlov's dog thing?
No, Mr. Franklin, no.
No. Okay, all right. So the classical theory. Then you have something called the operant theory, and then you got the social learning theory. Now, these theories explain how people learn. This is how people learn something new, all right? So we'll let's look at the classical theory. You know, is there a video there? Okay, all right. Now, all complex behavior is learned. If you want to explain and predict behavior, we need to understand how people learn. All right, so now learning itself involves change. So change in terms of individual behavior as a result of individual's experience, right? Learning is changing in individual behavior because of your experiences, right? So let's look at classical theory, okay? The definition for learning is permanent change in behavior because of experience, right? Now, like for example, you know, you learn something, you know, and tomorrow you will change the way you deal or you think. So your behavior will change because you learn something, all right? So let's look at the
Psychologists define learning as a long-lasting change in behavior as a result of experience. Classical and operant conditioning both lead to learning. So what's the difference between them? Classical conditioning was first described by Ivan Pavlov and is the association of a stimulus with an involuntary response. It focuses on involuntary automatic behaviors. Pavlov noticed that a neutral stimulus before a reflex causes an association. He conducted an experiment in which he rang a bell before presenting dogs with food. When dogs see or smell food, they salivate.
Okay, now this is the Russian, psychologist, right? He did, I think in the 1940s, he did research to find out how do people learn, you know, and he did an experiment with a dog, you know, right? So what he did was, you know, every time he give dog a food, Okay, you give them the food, right? So the dog every day you give it at maybe 2 o'clock, you give them food, it expect, 2 o'clock food is coming in, right? Okay, so he expects that. So what he did was, in this experiment, every day he give the food at 2 o'clock. And at the same time, when he was giving food, he also ring a bell. He ring a bell also, right? Okay, so what he did was, after some time, he removed the food. He didn't give food at 2 o'clock, but he rang the bell at 2 o'clock, So what do you think what happened to the dog? There's no food, but he rang the bell, So every time the food came, the dog was, salivating. I mean, the thing come out, what do you call that? What do you call in Bahasa, the salivation, the thing come out? Your saliva comes out, right? Okay, so you found out that actually, the dog was
Though it is
salivating.
not a learned behavior. Presenting dogs with food. When dogs see or smell food, they salivate, even though it is not a learned behavior. Rather, their salivating is an unconditioned response to seeing food, which is an unconditioned stimulus. Of course, a dog would not normally salivate in response to a random stimulus like a bell ringing, since such an event is a neutral stimulus. However, Pavlov found that if he always rang a bell before presenting dogs with food, then they eventually began to salivate as soon as they heard the bell, even when there was no food around. At this point, the bell had become a conditioned stimulus, and the dog salivating to its sound was a conditioned response. Operant conditioning, first described by B.F. Skinner,
So you understand that, right? So when he did the thing, it's called a Pavlov's. This is quite a very famous, theory. All right. So you will come across this, people talk about the Pavlov's dog, So he did the theory of learning, how people learn. He says that, if you put a stimulant, every day you give food, and then you ring a bell, and one day you ring the bell, the dog also, with saliva will come out, thinking the food is going to come, right? So this is basically what he called his theory, of learning. And what he said is unconditional response, can actually, you can learn through that way. So that is his theory. Then after many years later, okay, B.F. Skinner said that, hey, that's not right. That's not complete, that's not the way people learn. I don't think this is the way people learn new skill, that's not the cara belajar, And Skinner, he did another experiment, and this time he did it on mouse, I think.
The association of a voluntary behavior with a consequence. Skinner found 3 types of environmental responses, or operants, that can follow a behavior: reinforcers, punishers, and neutral operants. Reinforcers increase the probability of a behavior recurring, punishers decrease the probability or extinguish the behavior, and neutral operants do neither. To demonstrate positive reinforcement, Skinner put a rat in a box with a lever. On accidentally bumping the lever, the rat discovered that it would receive a food pellet. With this positive reinforcement, the rat learned to keep pressing the lever. Negative reinforcers remove unpleasant stimuli. To demonstrate negative reinforcers, Skinner put a rat in a box which had a mild electric current that caused the rat discomfort. On wandering around the box, the rat randomly hit a lever to turn the current off. When exposed to the electric current in the box, the rat learned to always press the lever, something called escape learning. Similarly, Skinner eventually also taught the rat to flip a switch that prevented the electric current from being turned on in the first place, something called avoidance learning. Punishment weakens a behavior by linking it to an aversive consequence. Just like reinforcement, it can occur through the addition or removal of a stimulus. For example, if a rat receives an electric shock when it pushes a button, it will avoid that button. Or, if you're an unfortunate raccoon that decides to wash his cotton candy before eating it, only to watch it dissolve before your very eyes, that is punishment through the removal of a positive stimulus. It should be noted that punished behavior is not forgotten, but is suppressed. If a punishment is no longer present, the behavior returns. Also, unlike reinforcement, it does not guide towards the desired behavior, but only suppresses undesired behavior. There have been further experiments done with rats in the Skinner box. After a rat has received operant learning and has learned to press a lever to receive a food pellet, what happens if the lever is pressed but no food pellet is received? At first, the rat will keep pressing the lever, but eventually it will stop, and the behavior will be extinguished. Why press this thing without payment? However, a rat can learn or unlearn a behavior at different rates with different schedules of reinforcement. This has been termed the response rate, the rate at which behavior repeats, and the extinction rate, how soon the behavior stops. Let's see what happens with 5 different reinforcement schedules. With continuous reinforcement, the response rate is slow and extinction is fast. With a fixed ratio reinforcement schedule, where positive reinforcement is offered after a fixed number of repetitions of a behavior, the response rate is fast and extinction is medium. For a fixed interval reinforcement schedule, where positive reinforcement is provided as long as a quota is fulfilled within a given time schedule, the response and extinction rates are medium. And for a variable ratio reinforcement schedule, where positive reinforcement is given after an unpredictable number of repetitions, the response rate was fast and extinction was slow. This is the equivalent of gambling. For a variable interval reinforcement schedule, where a reward is given if a quota is fulfilled within an unpredictable.
Okay, so basically, in general terms, all right. So what these experiments are there, like Skinner's experiment, what it tells you is, for example, positive reinforcement, that is negative reinforcement. In put it in an organizational, what you call example, would be like, for example, if somebody comes late to work, you punish him. That is negative this thing. Okay, you punish him, maybe you cut the salary. Right now, because of the negative this thing, he will not, next time he won't come late again. Right, so that's negative this thing. So what they say, if somebody if you want them to change their behavior, you punish them using a negative this thing. If, let's say, for example, you incentivize people, for example, if they hit their targets every month, all right, you give them maybe a dinner. You throw a dinner for the team. Okay, now that is positive, what you call reinforcement. If that happens, people keep on trying to what you call reach that, right? Just like the rat, you keep on pressing the lever because you press the lever, the food is going to come. Okay, so that's positive reinforcement, right? So basically, what Skinner said, this is how people learn. When you want to teach somebody, you give them what you call a positive reinforcement, right? When you want to teach them not to do something, you give them a negative reinforcement. For example, you teach people, okay, you better not come later, punish them. Once you punish them, then they will learn not to come late. Okay? But you give incentive, they win it, and then they will learn how to achieve their target. So this is basically a learning theory that Skinner had developed. He found that the Pavlov's method was not so effective, right? And he came up with the Skinner's theory, right? So see, the Skinner's theory is called it's called operant conditioning, right? Okay, so the third type is called
I got a question.
Yeah.
These two theories by these two guys, they used a dog and a rat as a basis,
Okay.
and we can see the reactions. So how does it actually applicable to human beings?
Okay, very good question. That's a very good question. See, basically, we find that humans are not dogs and swan. We are totally different creatures. Am I right? Isn't it? The way we behave is totally different, and that is the reason why these old theories are not what you call accepted anymore. Not say accepted, but not what you call used a lot. Okay? So now we have come into something called a social learning theory. All right. Which means to tell you that we actually learn how humans learn is basically through social interactions. Right? We watch people do, we pick up, we learn. This is how actually learning is taking place. Now, what they were doing last time was basically trying to understand how people learn, and they came up with these ideas. So then after that, they found out that humans actually do not learn 100% like that. Yeah, some things they learn. Some skills they pick up in this way. For example, operant condition, it works for human being. For example, if somebody comes late, you punish him, or if somebody does something, or you punish the guy. That works. Okay, that works. But it doesn't explain other things. How somebody else can pick up some other information. It doesn't explain those things. So even though Skinner's experiment, he did it on animals. And some of it actually really works for human being, but it cannot explain everything. And that is why this is a theory, right? And this theory is somebody else need to come up with a newer theory, all right? And that is why you have the third theory, which is called social learning. Does it answer your question, Sudha?
Yeah, noted. Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, all right. So classical theory, good question, right? Now let's look at the social learning theory, all right? Or sometimes we call it observational learning also.
So, Mr. Franklin,
Yeah.
sorry, if may I ask you. So these two theories actually is referred to the as you said the early as a old theory, is it?
Yeah, they are old
Right.
theories. Yeah. Their old theories. But a lot of them, what they do is, see, normally when this kind of theories come, they add on to it. New people come, look at the theory and say, hey, can I improve on the theory? So they improve on the theory. They find that, hey, this theory doesn't explain every area, every situation. So what they do, okay, Pavlov's theory maybe not good in all. It explains some things, maybe some kind of thing can explain, but cannot explain everything, right? So Skinner came up with another idea. He did some tests and found out that actually, this is how people learn, So he came up with the theory, inilah cara, everybody learns. But now we find that people actually don't learn in that way. They learn in so many ways. People watch YouTube, you can pick up and can go do cooking already. You can see somebody else do, and you also can. So Skinner theory doesn't explain these things, There's nothing to explain. So what we do, we use less of all those theories and we come up with newer theory. But in the future, maybe this theory also not there. Some other new theory might come in. So this is all basically what you call all the theories are there. But these theories have helped in many organizations over the years. Okay, but of course, as organization needs change and the people change and the way they're learning, change, you need to come up with new ideas and new theories. Does that answer your question, Saiful?
Yes, it's okay.
All right. Okay, all right. So it's good. If you have any questions, please ask me so that we can actually explore and come up with ideas and answers to these questions. All right. Now let's look at the social learning theory. Okay, Albert Bandura is the one who had done extensive research on observational learning, right? So he is the one who came up with the social learning theory, right? So now social learning theory emphasizes the importance of environment or social context in which learning occurs. He found out that actually he did work with children actually, when he did the research, he found that children actually can pick up a lot of, for example, child from one ethnic, okay, you will put them in a different community, they can pick up the language. For example, a Chinese child, you put them in an Indian house, the child can speak Indian. He doesn't know that it is Chinese, is it? So basically he found that learning environment plays a very important role, and social context is very important. So that is what Bandura did. He did it with children. All right, so that's basically what you call theories of learning. Three theory: classical conditioning theory, operant conditioning theory, and social learning theory. So the different theories of learning, how people learn. Why are we studying this? Because when we want to teach what you call people in the organization, what is the thing that we need to do? We need to create a kind of environment where they can learn, because we find that people are social animals. People are social animals. They learn from environment faster than any other way. But again, learning wise, different people learn differently. Do you agree with me? Different people learn differently, right? Now, I know some people, they're very good in learning from books, Okay, they can read a book and then they can pick up and they can learn. But there are some people who cannot do that, But there are some people, what they do, they see somebody do, they're able to pick up. Is it true or not? How many of you can see somebody doing and then you can immediately pick up learning? You can learn something. Anybody?
Me, sir.
Yeah, me, sir.
Who is that? Vina then?
Yeah.
Okay, you
Me,
can
sir.
see somebody doing it and you can pick up and then you can this thing, right? How about Anu? How do you learn?
Sir, I don't know whether you will be touch on this concept or not, or theory, but for me, from beginning I was follow the John Crumbold. Bold. His theory is quite good. It's American physiology.
Okay.
Professor from the Stanford University.
All right.
So I was because based on the case study, which a previous job and a few jobs that I face off. So I try to memorize or either try to generate myself observations. So when I see how long and how big or how strengths or weakness that I can go through. So I study a lot of story, the story which is touch me and which I say that really can be touched to my characters is John Crumbolds.
How do you spell it? Crumble?
Crumbolds.
Okay. Right.
John Crumbolds. I see that is a more touch on generalized self observations. Which is you can conscious and unconscious of consider about our ability, strongness and weakness. Okay. So in order why I'm doing MBA also, this is one of the case study, the theory as I follow until now.
So what is this theory? What is the main core this thing of this theory?
One is a generalized self observations.
Okay.
Second is
that means you learn through observation, right? Is it what you're saying? Okay, then.
Okay. Second is a generalized world view.
Okay.
About environment and the result assessment, and third is a task approach skill.
Okay.
These three is really make me something changes, which I just want to see how long that and how far that I can go with my ability as a logistician. So for me, this concept really helped me much, and until now that I'm still learning about that concept. I'm also learning some psychology from the few persons and also a few doctors, which I do some case study with them.
Case study and research. Very good.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So I mean, psychology is your passion, probably lah. You're really keen on the psychology lah. Right? Good. It's good. Very good. Like I said, organization behavior. A lot of psychology is inside there, lah. Right? Because when you talk about people, you have to use psychology, lah. Understanding people and things like that, lah. Very good.
True. Because first, why I touch in this psychology, why I'm doing this case study, because I'm dealing with a lot of people. From the up level and until the lower bottom workers. So they have a lot of people which I'm communicate is a man or human that I'm dealing. They have a lot of characters.
Okay.
Some people are really cannot be manageable. Some people can be managed. So why I cannot manage some people? That's I become is my question mark.
Question mark lah. Why you should be able to manage everybody lah. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to understand the personality of people lah. Why, how people learn and things like that. All right. That's good. Very good sharing. Now let's look into the next topic is personality. Okay. Now, what are the different types of personality that people have lah? All right. Do you want to take a quick break and then we jump into this later on? Give a few break, about 5 to 10 minutes break.
Yes, sir.
All right,
10 minutes, sir.
okay, take a 10-minute break, lah. All right. So we're
Okay.
going to understand what makes the personality of a person, lah. Okay, how do this thing and all that. We're going to look at that, lah. Okay, so in the previous chapter, we looked at the previous topic. We looked at learning. Okay, how do people learn? We look at some theories. We look at Pavlov's theory, and then we look at the operant theory by Skinner, and then we also look at the social learning theory. All right, so these are the three basic theories that of course there are a lot of other theories that is new being used, but when you talk about learning, theories of learning, these are the main three theories are there, all right, they use that. Okay, now let's look at personality. All right, now what is personality? Personality is the sum total of the way an individual interacts and responds to his environment, right? Okay, a person is the way how a person responds to it. If a person responds to somebody accuse him of something, how he responds to that, that is called his personality. All right. So we're going to look at different types of personality, and we want to answer why are some people quiet and passive, why others are loud and active. Okay, what is the reason? Okay, so to understand people, now there's no answer. There are two factors which contribute to an individual's personality. What do you think contribute to a personality? What contributes to a person's personality, you think?
Environment.
Okay, good. Environment. Then what else?
Experience.
Okay, your experience, all right, can mold your personality. What other thing do you think?
Attitude.
Yeah, Faisal?
Attitude.
Okay, your attitudes. Okay, now your attitudes will give you behavior, all right? Okay, it'll give you the behavior. Your personality will give you the attitude and give you the behavior. That's the other way around, right? Now, why are you like that? Because your personality is like that, all right? So your personality, some people are negative personality, right? Okay, so when they're negative personality, will have a negative attitude, right? And that'll give a negative action or behavior, right? So that's how the thing comes, all right? So there are basically two factors that contribute to your personality. One is hereditary or genetics, all right? That means your family, your hereditary, right? I don't know how true it is, okay, your father might be like that, but your character might be totally different, right? Okay, but there is a certain factor that gives you that kind of a personality, right? Environment, culture, family, friends, and experiences, all right? So that's another area that now again, this thing is a contention. Some say no, hereditary, no. Some say environment plays a more important role in developing a person's personality. Some say is hereditary. Okay, you cannot change who you are. Your father, mother, that kind of thing is what creates your kind of personality, right? So there are two schools of thought. Some say, environment has a more greater impact on you, some say no. For example, IQ, your IQ, they say, is hereditary. Okay, you cannot change it much, right? Some say no, your environment can help you to change. So there are a lot of tests that has been done. Twins, they've been taken out apart. One kept in a different in US, one brought up in some other place, and then they check and see how the IQ is, right? So they have done some tests and things like that, right? Okay, so basically there's a lot of theories involved in this, all right? Knowing an employee's traits means the characters can help us in employee selection, matching people to job, and guiding career development decision, right? So if you know this is the trait of the person, it can help you to, okay, this person is good for sales, this person is good for accounting. This person is good for managing people. So you can find out the personality of a person, then it's easy for as managers first to match them, right? So how do we determine the personality of a person? What do we do? How can you find the personality of a person?
Sir, for based my experience,
Yeah,
we conduct the psychometric test.
Okay, right.
So psychometric test, same like we know the more
about the character of the person.
Yes, the character, and then dia punya focus more on what mechanical or electrical, something like that for the technical lah.
What is the name of the test that you use?
Psychometric.
Psychometric test, lah.
Yeah, psychometric.
Okay, all right. Psychometric. So this will be useful to find out whether that person is more inclined towards what you call technical kind of skills, management skills. Are they good in words? Okay. Are they good in hands? So there's a different kind of test that we can find out the personality of a person. All right. Okay. So basically, there are few. Okay. We're going to explore two of them today. We're going to call it the Big Five model. Okay. And then we're also going to look at the MBTI. Myers-Briggs, what do you call Myers-Briggs, personality, test, right? The Big Five model, okay, this incorporates 5 factors that we use to describe an individual personality. Okay, now if I were to ask you, what type of personality do you have? Faisal, what is your personality? Apakah personality you? What is the kind of personality you have? If I ask you, how do you describe it, your personality?
Me, sir.
Yeah, Faisal, yeah. Under the psychometric, what is your thing that you found? You're good in what? What is your, what do you call, area?
Maybe I'm good negotiation.
You're good in negotiation with words, all right? Okay. Now, according to the Big Five model, okay, what they say is, they say there are 5 different, what do you call, individual personalities, okay? So these are the 5, right? Extrovert, you're agreeable, you're conscientious, emotional stability, or open to experience. So these are the 5, we call it the Big Five model, all right? It's the name for it, right? So this is the dimension of the personality and the characteristic of a person. What do you think is an extrovert person? What kind of character will you have? An extrovert person. Who is an extrovert? Outspoken person, extrovert, they go out, meet people, they make friends, it's easy for them, right? Okay. So these are the basic, what you call, characteristics, right? Extrovert are social, gregarious. Gregarious means they are exuberant, they can go and meet people, talk to people, gregarious people. Assertive, they are assertive, right? We'll study this later on, the word assertive. What does it mean? Yeah, assertive, we will look at that. Okay. Then second is agreeable. Agreeable person are good natured, cooperative, and trusting. All right, so you can work together with them. You put them in a team, agreeable, what do you call, personality are easy for you to work with. They're very cooperative, all right? Now, extrovert kind of people, sometimes they don't work so much. Like in some teams that I have an extrovert kind of person. So this extrovert person, what they do is, they're very good in talking only. They won't do work one. Okay, have you come across some people like that? Pandai cakap, very good, but then they don't do the work, Have you ever come across this kind of people?
Yeah. Yes.
A lot, right? Very good. So they are extrovert kind of person, all right? But there are some that do the work, They're good natured people. They will everything. They're trusting. They'll do their work, So they are the agreeable nature, Then they are the conscientious person. Now, this conscientious person are those who are very responsible, dependable, persistent, and very organized kind of people, right? Okay. So these are the people who won't bend corners one, They want to follow according SOP, everything follow betul-betul ikut. These are the conscientious kind of people, right? Okay, so most of the people, then you have the emotional stability people. They are calm, self-confident, and then they are secure, right? Now, the emotional stability people, most of them sometimes can be very, very quiet people, but they're very calm, very confident, secure. Then whenever you got a problem, you can go and talk to them. They are there to give you the kind of support, and they are confident in whatever they do. So emotional stabilized people, right? Openness to experience. Now, this group of people are those that are creative, curious, artistically sensitive. These are people that, they don't mind trying things out, new things, For example, they are the first one to always come up with the new phone, new, idea, new design, everything. They were the ones who easy to experience. So these are the 5 basic, in management, we call it the Big Five, right? Now, which category of people are you think are the ones who can be very successful, climb up very high the ladder of success? Which one you think?
I think the last
to
one,
experience.
the openness to experience.
Openness to experience.
Okay, I know you say open to experience.
Yes.
Okay, Dennis?
I think I changed to the third one.
Conscientious.
Conscientious, yes.
Dependable, persistent, organized kind of people. All right. Okay, now Again, that nothing is wrong or right, right? Okay, these are all what you call the personalities of the people, basically, right? A lot of times, for example, I find that people who are responsible, dependable, persistent, and what you call organizer can be successful. All right, if they have certain elements, because you talk about leadership and things like that. Okay, these are just the personality. In order for you to be a leader, to be a CEO, there are some other elements. Later, we will look at that later on. We call it the leadership traits, traits of a leader you need to have, right? Okay, so conscientious people are also, yes, the people that we can actually are the ones that go up. All right, they'll be successful in whatever you do, Anu, you said what? Which one is that? You said
The last one, sir.
Openness to experience,
Yes.
All right, openness to experience. Now, openness to experience people are the ones that become entrepreneurs. They are not mostly the what do you call CEOs of company, but they're the ones who try out. They're willing to try. And they can open their own company. They're those kind of people, more entrepreneurial kind of people, right? Extraversion kind of people are those that are maybe able to come up in society, meeting people, getting networks and connections and things like that, right? So basically, we have 5 different personality dimensions that we follow, right? Now, let me show you something that is more popular, and which is called the Myers-Briggs personality. Sorry, typo error. Type indicator, MBTI. Right now, Myers-Briggs, Briggs is a questionnaire, something like what psychometric test. It involves a lot of questions, right? So the Myers-Briggs personality type is a self-report inventory. That means you do a test. I think about 70, 80 questions are there. You do the question, and after you do the question, what it does, it identifies what type of personality you are. Okay. Now, this is a very popular test that has been used all over the world. Okay. Every year they say about 2 million people take the test, right? Now, it measures people in 4 dimensions. Okay. This is developed by a lady called Isabel Meyer and her daughter, Catherine and her daughter Isabel Myers, right? They use Carl Jung's theory. Have you heard of Carl Jung? This one Anu should know. Who is Carl Jung, Anu?
Give me time to search.
Okay.
Maybe I can
Okay, doesn't matter. No, it's okay. Doesn't matter. No, Carl Jung is actually, Charles. What do you call this guy? He is a psychologist, one of the most famous psychologists, Carl Jung is one. Who's the other guy? Who's a famous psychologist? He doesn't. Anybody can help me? The most famous psychologist. Carl Jung is one. The other one is not David. The other guy, what's his name? Yeah, I just forgot it. Right? I'll tell you later. Right? So Carl Jung is a very famous psychologist, right? So his theory, they developed on his theory and came up with this idea or this questionnaires, right? Now, these questionnaires, they follow 4 dimensions. 4 dimensions meaning they look at it from 4 angles. They look at a person and then they take it as they can take 4 angles. Either a person is an extrovert or introvert. Okay. Now, some of you are maybe an extrovert. Dennis, are you an extrovert? Or are you an introvert?
I think it's extroverts.
You're an extrovert. You like to make friends, and and things like that. Anybody who's an introvert?
I'm an introvert.
Sudha is an introvert, right? Okay, a person who doesn't like to communicate too much, more into on his own. So it doesn't mean which one is good or one is bad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean. So I'm basically an introvert. To tell you the truth, I'm an introvert. Even though I talk, but I'm an introvert. So when you put me in crowds, I'll just be in my corner, sit down quietly. That's what I do. Put me in parties or so on. I won't be the life of the party. I'll be sitting down quietly. Like I go for dinner with my wife, the family dinner, makan, all that. I'll be quietly sitting down there, right? So I'm an introvert by nature, actually, right? By profession, sometimes I have to be an extrovert, right? We're talking to people. So it categorizes people either you're E or I, all right? Then there's another category, whether you're a thinker or you're a feeler. Okay. Now, thinkers are those people who tend to make decisions using logical analysis. That means you think a lot. Everything you look at it properly from Feelers are you feel emotional kind of person. They tend to be sensitive, decide to base on their own personal value, rather than what they call logical thinking, right? So these are feelers. For example, some of them they are like, hey, like my wife is a thinker. Everything must calculate, see whether is it correct or not lah. But I'm more of a feeler. I feel like it, or I do something like that lah. So I'm a feeler, right? So different thing. And then the other one is sensor or intuitive. Okay, sensors are realistic people who like to focus on the facts and details and apply common sense, right? And past experience. I mean, whatever experience. Yeah, hey, last time I did like that. So they are sensors lah. Intuitives are those people they see the big picture. They just jump into it just like that lah. They don't what you call so they are intuitive lah. Right? Then another what you call dimension is judges or perceivers. Now, who are these two category of people? They mean judges tend to be organized and prepared, like to make and stick to plan, and are comfortable following most rules. I mean, these are people who follow everything according to the rules. They will follow everything. Perceivers prefer to keep the options open, like to be able to act spontaneously, and like to be flexible while making plans. All right. So these are the group of people. Like for example, my accountant last time, she's a judge. Everything must follow according to plan. If something go out, she feel very upset and cannot stomach it. I'm more of a perceiver that I find that something go out of plan, I have something else to do with lah. So what these people did is the test is based on these 4 categories lah, 4 dimensions lah, right? And based on these 4 dimensions, I mean either you're an extrovert or you're an extrovert and you can be a thinker, or you can be a sensor, or you can be a judger. Which means, for example lah, let's say for example a teacher like me lah. Okay, what do you think is my character? Am I an extrovert? A teacher, is it an extrovert? Teachers, are they extroverts? Guys, answer me.
No.
Teachers, are they extroverts?
Yes.
Have to.
They have to, because people talk to them.
Yes.
So so I should be an E. Okay, right, isn't it? How about, am I a thinker, or do you think I'm a feeler?
Thinker.
I need to be thinker lah, maybe lah, right?
Thinker,
So am I a sensor of intuitive? Maybe I go on intuition, or do I like to follow facts and figures and things like that?
Sensor.
So I have maybe a sensor lah. Judge. Am I a judger or perceiver?
Judges.
Okay. My character is I'm more of a perceiver. Okay, let's say you put saja. So that means my what do you call personality is ETSJ. That's how it comes up lah. What happens is you combine one of these. That means totally 16 different characters we can find lah. All right. Okay, based on this one lah.
Human beings enjoy categorizing things. It facilitates our understanding of relationships between things or concepts that might seem unrelated, as well as creating initial connections that in turn build relationships. It's no surprise then that personality quizzes are so popular, although the majority of them are either outrageously inaccurate or somewhat true at best. The Myers-Briggs test, however, has gained much popularity as a deeply insightful and accurate profile of characteristics within a person.
So Myers-Briggs is supposed to be quite accurate lah, to find out the personality of a person lah. Right?
By Isabel Briggs Myers and her mother Catherine, the test based on Carl Jung's psychological types categorizes individuals into one of 16 types. These types are 4-letter acronyms, divided on the different ways a person perceives and relates to the world and others around them. The 4-letter acronyms can be defined as the following: introvert versus extrovert. The first acronym characterizes individuals as either introverted or extroverted. A misconception of introverts is that they are reserved or shy, but it is actually how they derive energy from their inner world and need to be alone to recharge. They may feel drained of energy when spending too much time with others. Extroverts, on the other hand, are energized by interaction with people. Their energy comes from outer world activities, as they prefer to move into action and make things happen. Intuition versus sensing. Sensing types tend to pay attention to the physical world around them. They notice facts, the practicality of things, and trust experience heavily. Intuitive types prefer to work with the abstract. Paying more attention to meaning and patterns, they are more interested in new possibilities or thinking about ideas than reality and hands-on experience. Thinking versus feeling. This pair describes how individuals prefer to make decisions. Thinkers prefer to make decisions logically by being impersonal to avoid outside influences. They look for logical explanations, then apply it when making decisions, and believe that truth is more important than tact. In contrast, feeling types weigh personal opinion and other points of view when making decisions. Concerned with harmony and how the people involved will be affected, they lean more towards tact than telling the cold truth. They like to approach decision-making through compassion and heart. And lastly, judging versus perceiving. These traits express your orientation to the outer world, what others tend to see. Judging types are commonly seen as orderly and live to have control over their lives through organisation. They are seen as list makers, task-orientated, and are usually work before play kind of people. Those who are a perceiving type, however, appear to be flexible and spontaneous. Instead of organising their world, perceiving types look as if they want to adapt to it, mixing work and play and keeping plans to a minimum. So, those are the 4 categories of the Myers-Briggs personality types. An individual's final type is made up of one of each of the categories, then combined. In the description below are links to various sources, including an online test to determine what your type is. Take the test and comment below on your type. I'm an INFP. What personality type are you? Also, how accurate was your profile? Thanks for watching.
Okay, so these are the basic 16 profile types that you could actually, come up with, right? For example, a teacher is ENFJ, right? ENFJ. So did we do correctly? ENFJ. EN, so here, intuitive, yeah. F, feeler. Okay, J, judger, correct. I think more or less, what you did is correct, right? So INFJ is a counselor, right? INFJ is more of a very good job as a counselor. INFJ is what? Introvert. N is what? Intuitive. You don't, think, you go on intuition. F is feeler, and J. So these are basically the different type of things. So this is good as a teacher, counselor, mastermind, a field marshal, maybe leader lah. All right, inventor, architect, inspector, supervisor, protector. So look at that. If you do this test, you can actually find out who is good for what category of job, who are you good at. So I would suggest all of you, go and do the test. There is a free test. I've not done that. I'll try to see whether I can get the link. If you do a free test, I think it's about 70, 80 questions are there. You do the test and then they will give you what you call a profile to see whether is it correct or not. Whether you fall under this. So this is called the Myers-Briggs test. All right. So you have other personality insights. We looked at the big 5, and we look at the Myers thing. There's another personality insights you can look at, like locus of control. Locus of control means what? Now we have 2 types of locus of control. That means, for example, external locus of control and internal locus of control. Right. That means outcomes outside your control determined by fate, and outcomes within your control, right? So watch this video on locus of control, so this will give you a better idea about how is it that, outside this thing can control your,
How much control do you feel you have over your own life? Are you firmly in the driving seat? Or do you feel as if you're always at the mercy of forces beyond your control? The way you perceive the degree of influence that you have over your own life is called your locus of control. You have an internal locus of control when you believe you're in charge of your own life and your own environment. Your successes are down to your hard work and the decisions that you make, and you take personal responsibility for your failures. But when you have an external locus of control, you believe that outside influences shape your life. Your successes and failures are due to forces like luck, fate, chance, and the actions of other people in more powerful positions. And you feel that there's not much that you can do about it. Few people have a wholly internal or external locus of control, and most of us will sit somewhere between the 2. Why not take our quiz to identify your own locus of control? You can pause the video here, then play the rest afterward to find out what your results mean. If the quiz reveals that you have a strong internal locus of control, you'll feel in full control of your life. You're motivated and goal-focused, and chances are you're a good leader too. But you may struggle to accept authority, and any failures you experience could bring on feelings of anxiety, stress, and even depression. If you have a moderate internal locus of control, you'll probably accept most situations that you can't influence, but you're still able to manage them effectively. The degree of control that you feel you have will likely vary from day to day and will depend on the situation. If your results show that you have an external locus of control, you may tend to give up when you're faced with disappointments because you don't believe that you have the power to change things. But you do. Develop a stronger internal locus of control by working on your self-talk. For example, by using positive affirmations, and take ownership of the situations you face by strengthening your decision-making and problem-solving skills. Setting yourself challenging personal goals will also help to put you more firmly in control of your career and personal development. To learn more.
Okay, so basically, here he talks about the locus of control, right? So either you are nobody, he said nobody is totally internal or totally external. Many of us are in between, right? But the degree that you are in will help you to understand yourself. Are you a person who external is controlling your life or internally you're controlling life? So what she said that we need to more focus about how to bring it to increase the degree of our internal locus of control. They means things that are within your own control. See? So there is a test there, also questions we can find out where do you stand? What is the degree that you stand? See? And you find that you're not happy, how can you improve? So she's talk about self-talk, motivation, maybe you need to do something else, so that you can actually bring yourself to the towards the internal locus of control. So that locus of control is one. Next is Machiavellianism. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it. So Machiavelli is actually this is actually a book, the title of the book is, I think, Prince Machiavelli. So this book is very popular, especially in political circles and things like those. Many years ago, the book is an old book, Machiavelli. Now it talks about a guy who is very cunning, very smart, very manipulative, right? And Machiavelli is a personality trait that denotes cunningness, ability to manipulate and drive to use whatever means necessary to gain power. So we can also find out what is your level of, they call it MAC. What is your level of your MAC? Are you very high or are you very low? Which means, are you a very manipulative kind of a trait that you have, or you have lesser what you call manipulative trait? So these are tests also we can do to find out what is your level. So if you find that a person is very manipulative, then you have to be very careful, when we deal with people like that, or when you hire somebody with that kind of a more degree of what you call MAC degree is higher, right? And then self-esteem, all right? Self-esteem, to find out what is your level of self-esteem. Individual's degree of like or dislike of himself or herself. And finally, another one is self-monitoring, a personality trait that measures an individual's ability to adjust his or her behavior to external situations. So there are different what you call methods where we can develop what you call to track and see what is your personality, right? The high self-monitors are sensitive to external cues and behave differently in different situations, right? And they can present contradictory public persona and private self. Low self-monitors do not adjust their behavior to the situation, are behaviorally consistent in public and private. Okay, so two different types of characters. See, what we are doing is we're looking at personality from different angles, different tools that we can find to use to find out a person's what you call personality. So the self-monitoring kind of thing, it tells you whether are you a person that you put in a different situation, you are still the same, you won't change. Some people, you put them in a different situation, they will change, right? Have you come across people like that? Whatever situation you put them, still they will behave the same way. They will not adjust their behavior, right? And some different situations, they will talk differently or they behave totally differently. Have you come across people like that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Some people are like, what? Suddenly it's like, Oh yeah, the behavior totally changed one line. The situation changes, their behavior changes totally. So, which kind of people are the type of people that you can depend on more? The high or the low? The high or low? Hello?
Depend on what, sir?
You can depend on them, lah. Whatever situation, you can depend on them, lah. They won't play you out, lah.
Low, high.
High might change, totally different situation, they might change. Suddenly got money already, they behave differently. Low self-monitors are the kind of people that you can depend on. Suddenly got money already, wow, different, lah. They talk different, but some people, they're just the same, they're soft self-monitors. But we need people with high self-monitors. What can we use them for? Those people who are high self-monitors. What can we use people with high self-monitors for?
I'm not too sure for the rest, but
it's okay.
Based on my current situation and experience is a politician. So when the government changes, then the political is also changes. So I need this guy to handle the political. So I think
you are right, Izati, definitely right. Okay, politicians are high self-monitors, right? Suddenly the situation changed, they talk differently, totally different kind of thing, you see. So if you want to hire a politician, you must get a self-monitor. Don't get people who are low self-monitor. We cannot change. It's like that one. The character is all the same, So if a politician has got low self-monitor, he won't be successful, right? So sure, he's going to be kicked out already, So the high self-monitors are those kind of people who are politicians, right? And also people who, other than politicians, people who are maybe in sales and marketing, are people who are high self-monitor kind of people, because they can change themselves in different situations. They can behave in a different way to get the same. Okay, they're very clever in handling the situations, right? Low self-monitor don't know how to change. It's difficult for us to. So people who are low self-monitors, we should be in other administration kind of jobs. They're better in that, all right? Okay, anybody who's a high self-monitor? How many of you are low self-monitor? Anybody is a low self-monitor? Not sure. Deva, are you a low or high?
Frankly, it looks like I'm somewhere in between. I think more to low, middle
more
to low.
All right. So you're more on the low kind of person. The behavior is the same, whatever situation you're in, right? A dependable person, you know that this is how they're going to behave, right? So basically, this is the thing. So there are different, personality insight that we can look at now. All right. Okay. Now, next part of it, we're going to look at perception. Now, perception is important because,
Sorry, going back to the previous slide. The one number 2. It's actually pronounced as Machiavellianism.
Machiavellianism. Okay. All right.
We Malaysia, we have one character of this kind, and that's Made.
Made. Yes. You're right. I remember that when I was young, I was reading about Machiavelli. He wrote the book called The Prince, I think, it's a very popular book, that a long time ago. So Machiavellis are those who are think very high of themselves, and what else is there? What else is the character of these people? They denote cunning, manipulative. They are manipulative kind of people. They're cunning, A good example will be our Mahathir, They don't ever trust him, with anything. They can manipulate anybody, anything, right? So politicians are mostly having more high in the this thing, right? So in some organizations, you need to have certain people in that kind of category. You need to have them, right? But you always keep them at bay, be careful, because these people get into high levels of the organization, then the organization is going to go. So a lot of companies, I was doing some reading, those top companies like Enron, Enron, have you heard of Enron? You would know, Sudha would know, Okay, so these are all companies that fraud, that had a big fraud and things like that. So the CEO of Enron was supposed to be a very high in how was the pronunciation again? Machiavelli, is it? Machiavellian. So he was very high in the Machiavellian range, So those companies which are very top crooked, and they were saying they are very high in that kind of a category, like. Okay, right. Thanks for that, like, right. We have our own Machiavelli in our country, right? Okay, now perception. All right. So we looked at previously. We looked at learning, and then we looked at personality. We looked at what they call Myers-Briggs, which is the popular what they call a personality test to tell you what kind of a job would be suitable for you. What is your personality, right? So you can, as a manager, we need to understand the personality so we can match them with that. Right. We also have a psychometric test also. There are a lot of tests actually available, which you can actually, some of them you need to pay, some of them are free, as HR managers, we go through these kind of tests and we test people also on that. All right. Any of your company, do you have to go through this kind of tests regularly or anything like that? Sudha, how about your company? Do you have to go for personality tests and things like that?
Not in my present company, but when I was in Shell, we did have to go through that kind of test.
What test was that? Do you remember anything?
That one I can't remember. It's almost like a Myers-Briggs, but there's a 4 quadrants. So basically, they wanted to see how each and every team in my company they actually behave. Right. So I just wanted to share with you and also the rest of the team is that I was only myself. I was really different from the entire population of the refinery. Only 3 of us similar out of 300. All right. So what was my character is basically I like to. I'm very dependable, but at the same time I'm a little bit very curious and creative. So I think and look from outside of the box for solutions. So I was totally out of. There were only 3 of us in the company. Out of 300 people, we are like that. One was the senior manager. He was a senior manager for engineering. The other one was a lady who was a cost engineer. And I was in procurement, supply chain.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good. All right. So basically, we need people with that kind of a thing. So you can place them in the right position, the right jobs. Anybody else had to do some tests like this? How about Saiful? Anu?
Yes, Mr. Frank. I've been follow the test called DISC test actually.
What is the name again?
DISC test, DISC. The D for dominant, I for influencer, S for steady, and C for compliant. Actually, they have it's about 96 questions. It's not the long question, but it's about the type of the type of people actually for this 4 alphabet. So you have to answer the 69 questions.
So what is yours? Are you a dominant or? I think I did this test time back. Yeah.
Yeah, mine is steady. Steady, which is the D dominant can refer to the eagle. Okay, so I influencer is referred to merak, the burung merak.
Burung merak.
Okay, so S steady for pigeon. Okay, merpati, and the compliance, if I'm not mistaken, burung hantu. So that's the category refer to that.
Owl, the owl, this
yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. So you are a steady, steady person. That's good. That is good, right? Okay, so there are different personality tests that we can take. Anybody else had done some tests? I know Faisal told me about psychometric. Anu?
Yes, sir. We have also.
What test is
that? We call that FMS, sales performance.
Okay.
Test. We're doing every 6 months. In the company, every 6 months they be given the test. So far for me, I see it's moderate, and the latest one I did is perceive for more performance. Like I'm able to go for the next level to achievement.
Okay.
So my like Saiful said that my ones also have a bird.
But this
my one is the eagle.
Oh, okay. So you're the, like a dominant one.
Eagle is referred to the aggressive people.
Aggressive, dominant,
Yes.
dominant,
Yes.
kind of a person.
Yes.
Assertive, and dominant and aggressive, right? That's your kind
Yes.
of a character, lah. All right. Okay, good.
Because she deals with customs.
Customs, yeah. You have to,
Yes, yes. I
Yeah.
basically I'm not talkative people, but when I start to do a supply chain, I notice that I have to talk more.
Ah, true. And then you're firm, lah. You're very
Yes.
firm when you talk. We need people like that. Those who are compliant kind of people cannot. Like me, I'm a bit compliant kind of person, so I'm not very good with authority.
Compliant is more perfectionist.
That's exactly me, lah. I'm a perfectionist, lah. I keep doing until never stop doing, lah. So that's my character basically, lah. Right?
Yeah.
So there's good and bad, lah. We are creative people. But the problem is, we never get things done completely, so that's my character. Okay, all right, that's good. All right, so let's look at. We have gone to perception already, is it? Oh, okay, no, we're doing perception now, lah. All right, okay, let's look at perception. What is perception, lah? Perception is the way we look at things. Okay, now, sometimes our behavior or a person's behavior is because the way he look at certain things differently. Betul kan? Sometimes, it's because, we look at certain things, something like that. So because of that, his behavior is different. Somebody else's behavior different also because of perception. All right. Okay. So like I told you, all this, what you're going to study today is all something you all have gone through. All right. You're all familiar with, and common sense, in the sense of common sense. This is what I want all of you to share here, so a lot of things you can read through, but so I'll just see some of the key things, so we can share ideas on that, right? So maybe you can come up with new ideas, what is the latest that has been used in what you call organizational behavior, which we could learn. So I think that's more important, right? Perception. Perception is a process by which individual organize or interpret their sensory impression in order to give meaning to the environment, right? So how you interpret certain things is called perception, all right? So how you look at certain things. Now, perception is important. Why? Because we tend to base our behavior on perception. If somebody is behaving something wrong, because he's perceiving something in a different way, all right? So we need to learn how we can change a person's perception. And when you change the perception, we can change the behavior. Right? If we want to change the behavior of some person, we need to change the perception. For example, a person is always coming late. Why is this person coming late? All right. So because basically his perception on certain thing is, if he doesn't feel you need to come at 9 o'clock, his perception, right? So when we change his perception, then you find that his behavior is also changed, right? So that's very important for what you call organizational managers to understand that perception. Okay. Now, what causes perception? Where do we get our perception from? Our perception is basically sometimes factors in the situation. It could be time, the work setting, or the social setting that can actually develop our perception, right? And that is why we perceive things in a different way. Or factors to the perceiver, okay? It's you, internal. Maybe it's your attitude. Maybe it's your motives. Maybe it's your interest, and your experience or your expectation. Sometimes it could be you have experienced something wrong last time, and that because of that, your perception is always like that. For example, you take a Korean car. I remember my friend had a Korean car many years ago, Hyundai, This is like, I think 20 over years ago, right? He bought the car and then something happened. After that, you want to sell the car, he had to sell it at 50% price. From that time, he told me, frankly, don't buy a Korean car, he told me. And that is affected by perception. Until today, I see a Korean car, I tell, no, I don't want to buy, But it might not be the truth, because today maybe they are very good quality cars, and good value, and things like that. But my experience has blurred or what you call clouded my perception, right? So that's unless my perception is changed, my behavior is not going to be changed, all right? So perception. Then you have factors at the target. It could be the target is in the motion or the sound, the signs, the background or similarity of that particular target. I mean, the thing that you're looking at. All right. So these are the things that actually can change our perception. Right. Now, for example, look at this picture. Do you see an old lady or a young lady?
Yeah. Young lady. Young lady.
Yeah,
Exactly,
at
see a
first
young
young
lady.
lady, after that old lady.
Oh, you see both. Well, that's good. Sudha, what do you see?
I see both.
Oh, you see both. So I think you're familiar with this particular, what do you call thing, right? Isn't it? All right. So you can see the way you look at a perspective, you can see both. You can see the old lady, you can even see the young lady also, you're able to see. Both also, you're able to see them, right? Okay. Now, this is basically perception, how you look at it. Like this is another popular example you would have seen, right? Are these straight lines or crooked lines? Look at this picture.
Straight line.
Yeah, it looks like the lines are not straight, right? Isn't it? But actually, all these are parallel lines. Parallel means equal this thing. They are straight line, but they're not. It doesn't look parallel. But actually, they are parallel lines, right? It's just basically what you call an optical illusion. We call that, right? Our perception or the way we look at a certain thing that clouds our behavior, our decision making, and that will cloud our behavior. All right. Okay, so it's just an example, right? Because our perception. Next is making judgments about others. All right. When you talk about making judgment on a person, and all this what we're studying is all about people, right? Sometimes we make a certain judgment about a person. We say, the person is just like that, always like that one, he is like that, he's like that, So we make judgments on people. Now we're going to study how is it that we make judgments of people. What are the different theories that is being used, in making judgment? You see, like this. Normally, when we study all these, they come up with a lot of theories, right? Okay, but we are actually following it. But then, now you're going behind. I'm teaching you, we are learning the theories now, right? Why you do that? Okay, why are you thinking in that way? Why is it that the person thinks in this way, or why is that person has this judgment? So when you have the theory, it's easy for you to understand why the particular thing is actually happening, or why we think in that way. All right. Now, attribution theory. Okay. Now, attribution theory is a theory that explains how we judge people differently depending on the meaning we attribute to a given behavior. A person is behaving in such a way, right? Okay. Now, depending on the meaning that we give to that particular behavior, we judge the person accordingly. For example, a person is coming late, all right? Every day he come late to office, Now, if every day we come late to office, what do you think of that person? How do you judge that person?
Management problem.
He's got a management problem. He's very maybe every day in malam, he's he's enjoying himself, going partying late night, or sitting down in the mama until late night, so he cannot wake up early. All right. He don't know how to time management. He doesn't know all those kind of things, So these are the judgment that we make, right? Now, how do we make this judgment? The attribution theory gives us some explanations, all right?
To explain why people behave.
Okay, listen to this one. It's a good video. It'll explain to you clearly what is attribution, theory, right? Understanding the attribution theory.
To explain why people behave in certain ways. We make assumptions about internal state of a person and we try to explain their behavior. Attribution theory tries to explain the ways in which we judge people differently, which depends on the meaning we give to a given behavior. According to this theory, we attempt to determine whether an individual's behavior is internally or externally caused. That determination basically depends on three factors: distinctiveness, consensus, and consistency. The behavior is caused internally or externally. Internally caused behavior or those behavior we believe to be under the personal control of the individual. Externally caused behavior is what we imagine the situation forced individual to do.
So that means behavior can either be internal or external, right? Which means internal means under your control. You're like coming late to work every day, okay? It could be an internal or it could be an external kind of a thing, is it? External thing could be maybe the tire puncture or something like that, right? So this is internal or external.
Suppose your friend comes late to a meeting. You might attribute that to his late night partying and then oversleeping, of course. This is an internal attribution. You think it was under his personal control. But if you attribute this to something unexpected, which is out of his control, such as the tire puncture or an accident or traffic perhaps, you are making an external attribution. Now about the three determining factors: distinctiveness, consensus, and consistency. Distinctiveness refers to whether an individual displays different behavior in different situations. If the behavior seems unusual, it is externally attributed. For example, it is unusual for a regular worker who is never late to the work to be late someday. In such cases, we are likely to make an external attribution. And if a person is late almost every day and is also somebody who blows off commitments, we make an internal attribution. The behavior shows consensus when everyone facing the similar situation respond in a same way. If consensus is high, we probably give it an external attribution. And if it is not, we give it an internal attribution. Well, in school days, when the time was too less and the homework's too much, and somehow all your friends or classmates managed to get the work done, and next day you're the only one standing for not having done the work, teacher probably makes an internal attribution. You can hear her scream about how your friends could manage it and you couldn't, and that's because you're irresponsible and whatnot. But if none of your classmates do the work, teacher tends to make an external attribution and excuses all of you, granting you some more time perhaps. The last determining factor is consistency in a person's actions. You observe if the person is most of the times late, or if it's just once in a long while that he shows such behavior. If the behavior is consistent, we attribute it to the internal causes, and if they're not, we attribute it to the external causes. It is found from attribution research theory that biases distort attribution. While judging behavior of other people, we tend to
So this is a bias, That means, for example, this is a theory again. So what she's trying to explain and tell is, every behavior of a person is due to either one, internal or it could be external. So you are attributing it to internal or external. But how you attribute it depends on the three things, the consistency and things like that. If the guy is always late, then it's internal. If the guy is like once a while, never been late, then it must be, we attribute it to external automatically. It must be something happened to him on the way. That's the reason why he is late, right? Okay, so now, sometimes, this is a bias. It doesn't work. All right. So that's what she's telling. It's called a bias.
Estimate internal factor and underestimate external factors. This is a fundamental attribution error. This error is why the sales manager tends to blame his sales agents for their poor performance rather than considering the creative productive line introduced by their competitor. We blame failure on external factors and take credits for the successes. For example, you might blame the less time to study for exams or perhaps the mild fever you got if you score less in the exam. But if you score good, you take all the credit and talk about how you worked hard for the exam. We accept positive feedback while rejecting the negative ones. This tendency for individuals to attribute their own successes to internal factors and put the blame for failures on external factors is called self-serving bias. A US News and World Report study showed its power. Researchers asked one group of people, if someone sues you and you win the case, should he pay your legal costs? 85% responded yes. Another group was asked, if you sue someone and lose the case, should you pay his costs? Only 44 answered yes. Hope this clears about this theory.
Okay, so basically you're clear, right? Now, like I said, this is all basically attribution theory. There are two, internal cause or external cause, right? Now, a lot of times, this is all common sense, basically, right? We do this every day. When you look at your staff, they always make mistake, so we think it's internal because of themselves, right? So that's how we attribute or we judge a person based on this theory, all right? Okay, so this theory is all explain why we do it or why is it we blame internally or externally. They've done a kind of research to find out how we blame people. Okay, so three things: distinctiveness, consensus, and consistency. Everybody is late, then we know it's external. Something had happened, maybe the the train had problem or something like that, everybody was late. So we forgive everybody. But one guy comes late and they ask why you cannot come on time. Then we attribute it to internal, right? So it analyzes how we judge people, basically. Okay, there are some other shortcuts we use, right? One is called assumed similarity. They believe that others are like yourself, oneself means like other people are like you. We believe that everybody also like you. we measure everybody according to the same kind of ruler. That is one of the, what you call, shortcut we use. Right? Stereotyping. Judging a person on the basis of one perception of a group which or she belongs. If you look at one category, this person always, these people always let one line. These people always the type of person. So we are stereotyping a person. It could be a group of people, or it could be a race. It could be what you call this thing. So that's called stereotyping. That is also a way we judge people. Then you have the halo effect. Halo effect is a general impression of an individual based on one single characteristic. If let's say, for example, is this guy always he had done something wrong? Every time we go back, we think, yeah, last time I did like this. So always it follow you. Hello means it follow you everywhere. One thing that you did, one single characteristic of yourself, then you create an impression on that person based on that kind of thing. Not responsible. This person not responsible, because at one point you are not responsible. It does not mean that you categorize him in that way, right? So in this section we looked at what you call how we blame or we judge people, how managers judge people, what is the method that they use. All right. Okay, I will do emotional intelligence tomorrow. All right. So Okay, any questions so far before we go to the next topic? Any questions?
No.
Anything anyone want to input, want to share? I would like you all to share, because like I said, most of you are in the working line. Leka, you're so quiet. What do you like to share?
Okay, sir.
Tell me something from your work, you feel that you want to input. No, like I said, you don't have to agree with whatever I'm telling you, is it? You can come up with some idea and say, no, sir, I don't think it's correct. I think this is the way it should look like, that is thinking. Okay, right? So academic is basically, all this information is all taken, from textbooks and research and things like that. Now, you can always say that, hey, I don't think it's correct. That is why new research is there. People do new research all the time. Why is it? Why we had the Pavlov, and then we have the other guy, Skinner? Why? Because Skinner questioned the Pavlov, and say, hey, I don't think it works, So he did a new research and came up. So innovation is coming from there, If you can question what I tell, I'm showing you, that is where your innovative, your thinking is there, right? You can tell that, hey, I don't think it's correct. I don't think all the time it's right, Then you think, oh, maybe there's a new idea, a new way of thinking, right? So I think that is very important. Anybody? Sudha? Be very quiet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anything you want to add on, or?
Yeah. I mean, it's great. These are all the theories. But I read one book. It's called The Outward Mindset.
Okay. By whom?
This is a book written by an organization based out of Netherlands. They call in the institute is called the Harbinger Institute.
Harbinger, yes, Harbinger, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Harbinger Institute. So one of the theory that they have actually come out with is that if you wanted to change people's behavior, then important thing is that to change the mindset.
Yeah.
Mindset of the people, only then you can see some real changes, other than that, so I've read that book and I've practiced it and it works.
Oh,
right?
But how do you change the mindset of a person? Because mindset comes from belief, I think, right? Isn't it? It's also your beliefs that what, and then mindset is what behavior, right? So that's how the whole thing is, right?
Yeah, correct. That's absolutely right. So in this context, in the working context, I'm talking about working context. Yeah. So the inward mindset is basically about self. We only think about ourselves, about our work only.
Yeah.
Right? We put a visor and we only think about our work. But the outward mindset says that you need to actually look at the perspective of your customers, your stakeholders. Now, if you start to understand what the stakeholders are struggling, what keeps them awake at night, and can understand from their perspective, that's where you can achieve breakthrough performance, and support the delivery of goals and objectives of the company. So that's how you change your mindset.
Yeah. From internal.
That's basically what the book says.
Very good. Very good. I mean, this is what I'm telling you is whatever you're learning is basically, is basically from theory, from books and things like that. Okay? So this is the academic part lah. So I'm telling you research that has been done and things like that. Okay. This is all, ongoing. Changes are happening, like business is dynamic, changing all the time. And even so, after the COVID, a lot of things have actually changed, the way we do business is changed, Some of these textbooks, maybe we need to throw it away and we need to write some new textbooks, which has actually changed the, dynamics of business, actually, It's true. I agree, This is how I was talking to some of my professors the other day also. I was telling that, we should have like post-COVID, pre-COVID kind of thing, Because post-COVID, the whole entire thing is changed. You talk about supply chain, now it's totally different, what it was before that. So whatever books or whatever we learned before that now has to be changed to something different, So new ideas come from y'all are middle management or senior management, So you can look at it and say, hey, I don't think that's right. This doesn't work in my organization. This theory is not effective in my organization, right? I would like that kind of a, interaction, because that will help us to think and come up with newer and better ideas. All right. Okay, good. Any other anybody else want to share something? Panir? Jaffney? Dennis?
Sir.
Yeah.
I have shared a link for the a personality test.
Yes. Anu, which one? Which test is that?
For just now we are talking about the break.
The Myers-Briggs, is it? Is it in the link? Is it in the link?
I get one. That's so I think I also on doing that.
Okay, you put it in the
just
chat.
did that.
Oh, you did that?
Yeah.
How many questions is that?
It's a lot. It's
seven pages.
Seven pages.
Okay.
Yes.
So don't do it now. After your class, you can go do it. Let's say about 1 point. Can you see my screen? You guys, can you see my screen? Is it website?
Yeah.
1 million, so many tests taken in the last 30 days. 1 million tests. I think every month there's so many. What do you call this thing, This is what I think this is the Myers-Briggs. Correct. Beyond Myers-Briggs 16 type, find your two strategy. This is a modified, what do you call Myers-Briggs. Better a bit than Myers-Briggs, But it follows the same concept, the IE, what do you call this thing. So tomorrow, okay, all of you do this, and let's see tomorrow what is the answer that we get. Let's share and see what is our personality type and see whether is it correct or not. Whether the test is it correct. Maybe it will help you to understand your job. Are you in the right job, or what are your strength is? Maybe you're not focusing on your strength, right? So let's try this. Thanks, Anu. Thanks for the link. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, so let's move on to the next one, chapter 2. Okay, now, like I told you, there are, in your notes inside the PLS, there are two, chapter 1 and chapter 2. They have chapter 1 and chapter 2. Chapter 1, I've just covered chapter 1 for you. Chapter 2 consists of smaller, what you call, topics, which are all combined all together. So chapter 2 is not just a chapter, it's actually a combination of different chapters together. They have arranged it in such a way because this is how they presented it to the MQA people. So that's why it is designed in such a way. Okay. All right. So now I'll go to the chapter 2 part of it. In chapter 2. Chapter 2 talks about different topics. These are the topics it talks about, like, for example, motivation, work stress, groups, teams, leadership, communications, organization change, organization culture. All these are the topics that that we will be covering here at this point. All right. Okay. So let's go into communication. Let's do communication now. We'll study leadership theory, communication. Okay. All right. So we learned some exciting things today about in communication, all right? Communication. Now, what does communication means? Okay, now we're going to look at how the word came from. In English, etymology means the root of the word. Where does the word come from? Communication, right? Now, communication is a very important part of organization. Do you agree with me or not? Right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, communication is very important. In fact, in any relationship, communication is important. Whether it's with your family, with your spouse, or with your family, uncle, brother, mother, sister, all that is very important. Communication plays a very important role, right? But it's important first to understand what is the right kind of way, for us to communicate, right? So we're going to look at a few things in this chapter, which is quite interesting. We're going to look at what you call verbal communication and non-verbal communication, right? A lot of times we are communicating even without we knowing it, we are actually communicating, right? So we're going to look at communication right now, and we're going to look at it from the perspective of the organization, right? Now, the origin of the word communication. The word communication came from two words, two Latin words. One is called communis. Communist. Communist is, what does communist mean? Okay, this is where the communist came from. And then communique, two words, communist and communique, right? So these two words, you get the word communication, right? Communist means to make it common, right? To make it common. And communique is to share, right? Communique is to share. So which means, what does communication mean, you think? What do you mean? What do you think communication means from this, when we understand? One word is to make common, one is to share.
To have common understanding.
Yes, you let people know, you share, make it common means make everybody know about it. That is called communication, right? So the definition of communication, a lot of definitions there, but I like to choose this one. Communication is the process of exchanging thoughts, ideas, feelings, and information between and among whether it's verbal or non-verbal. It can be verbal, or it can even be non-verbal also can, right? It is possible also, right? And to achieve a particular goal or purpose. Now, functions of communication. Communication is the transfer of meaning. All right. So these are the functions of communication. What are the functions that communication brings in, right? First of all, communication brings control. All right. It brings control, right? It gives motivation. You're able to motivate people with communication, right? And then emotional express. You can express yourself through emotion. And then communication is basically what you call giving information. It can give you information about things. So these are the what you call functions of communication, right? Communication is the transfer of meaning. Now, you talk about communication, there are different types of communication. Okay, one is called verbal communication. Then you have para-verbal communication. Then you have something called non-verbal communication. Now, what do you mean by para-verbal? What do you mean by para-verbal? What is the meaning of the word para? When you look at the word para, whenever anything para, paragraph, para is thing like, what does it mean, para? What is the meaning of the word para? Para?
Half.
Para is not half, semi is half, right?
Semi half.
You got paratrooper, paratrooper and all this, right? Para, right? Okay, the word para is actually beside, it means beside. But again, sometimes it's used for some other what you call terms. But whenever you see the word para, it's besides. I mean, another part of what you call another part. Beside means another part, right? So that means another part of what you call verbal communication. Right? Para-verbal means another part of verbal communication. And then you have something called a non-verbal communication. What is non-verbal communication? What do you mean by non-verbal communication?
Body language?
Yes, you're right. Body language. All right. So this
Writing.
is also... pardon, Nazri?
Writing.
No. Yeah, you're right. Writing. But the thing is, now I'm talking about communication. At this point, I'm talking about communication by spoken. Right? So verbal. So verbal communication is what you say. Okay? What are you saying? Right? Para-verbal is how you say it. Your tone. The way you say it, For example, you can say it angrily, you can say hi, no. So your inflections, right? So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Okay? How you say it. And then you have something what you call non-verbal communication. If somebody asks you, like, how are you? Then you answer, I'm fine. I'm saying I'm fine. But what do you understand? What am I communicating to you? Am I fine?
Sound angry.
You're angry.
Sounds
I'm not
angry,
fine.
yeah.
I'm not fine, right? Isn't it? This is what my wife will tell me. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm okay. She'll say like that, then I know I'm in trouble, right? I go back home, I know I'm in trouble, right? Okay, for
All
those
us,
of
Mr.
you,
Franklin. All
yeah,
of
yeah.
us. All of us.
For all of us, right? Isn't it? Okay, so women are very good in that kind of thing, yeah? The tone, they're very good in the tone, right? Okay, so basically, the paraverbal communication, right? And then you have the non-verbal. Non-verbal is what your body language is saying, right? You might be saying something, but your body might be telling you something else. So it's very important as manager to understand communication, right? And also when you do you communicate, is also make sure that your verbal and your body language and non-verbal are in sync together, right? So then otherwise people will get a mixed message. If you are the manager and you are giving a talk, your verbal communication must be the same as your non-verbal communication, and then they will get the clearer understanding. Otherwise, they will be mixed language, right? So we're going to look at some other examples. So verbal is you can divide it into formal communication, and then you get also informal communication. There are two different kind of things. Formal. Now, what is formal communication? Formal communication channels, especially in the office and organization environment, formal communication follow the chain of command. That means right from the boss, send you a memo, a letter, comes to from CEO, it comes to your directors, a director of sales, and the director of sales will pass it down to the marketing manager, it flows the flow. So there in the communication channel, you have downward, upward, and then you have horizontal. Okay, you have one more, it's called diagonal. Okay, one more channel is called diagonal channel, right? Informal communication channel is developed outside the company structure. This is basically gossip and rumor, right? This is the word they use, grapevine. Have you heard of the word grapevine? It comes to the grapevine means it doesn't come directly from the official channel, but it comes from gossip, rumor, like for example, suddenly you have from the grapevine, we are going to get increment this year, okay? The boss hasn't told you yet, but somehow or other information has come out that we are going to get an increment. So it comes from the grapevine, we call it. So it's management by wandering around. Then you walk around, you get some, information, your rumors and all that. So that is informal communication. Now, both are important, right? Why is both important? Why are both important? Anybody? Why are both important? Leka? Formal communication, informal. Why are both important? Deva, why are both important? Deva looking at me, why suddenly Mr. Franklin called me like? Why are both important, Deva?
When you have formal communication, it's more things will be more in order and reliable. Informal, sometimes you can get some correct information also while mingling with the colleagues and all that, the staff in the office. Sometimes you can get some information which is useful for the company,
Yeah, good. Can you give me an example of that? Something that you can share something?
Okay, like we were doing development and construction, previously we had a company doing development construction.
Okay.
So we get input from our competitors, like what kind of houses they build, what kind of specs they have, what other more enhanced features in their houses and all that. So we try to upgrade our houses also.
Products, yeah.
To be more competitive also.
Okay, so good. So I mean, informal communications come from your staff. Maybe they are heard from somewhere, and that will be useful for you, all right? So both the type of communications are important for us, all right? Now, formal communication can be horizontal, vertical, or even diagonal, all right? For example, let's take a CEO, then you're a marketing manager. finance manager, and HR manager. These are all the functional managers, all right? Then you have maybe the staff, marketing staff, finance staff, and HR staff, right? So let's say, for example, what type of communication is this? What kind of communication is this? Anu?
Formal.
No, you look at the arrows.
Oh, errors.
Is it horizontal, vertical, or diagonal?
Vertical.
Binat?
This one, diagonal.
Bukan diagonal.
Horizontal.
Vertical.
Vertical.
Vertical. All right. Okay. So I think you're confused already. Vertical is straight up like that. Straight up.
Yeah, vertical,
Okay?
yes.
Vertical kind of thing. All right. So this is vertical. Now, what is the benefit of vertical communication?
Very straightforward.
Okay. Very straightforward. All right. Then some more.
Sharing the same goal.
It shares the same goals, same flow is there. Everybody get the same information. That's what you mean. Everybody gets the same kind of information. All right. Then some more. It follows the structure, officially follow the structure. It's more structured. And you can trust. You can trust this kind of communications. All right. So basically, it is from the top level. Now, this one, vertical can be upward, downward also can. That's why you see the arrow is both side. They mean, for example, from the finance staff to the manager, and then from the manager to the down also. So both ways also can. You have upward and also you have downward, communication. Right. Okay. This one is what? Horizontal, right? They mean from the same level of the people, same role. Marketing manager to finance manager to HR manager. Marketing staff to the finance staff. This is called the horizontal communication, right? So this is the type of communication that occurs within organization. So for example, the marketing manager wants to get the claim from the thing, he will ask the finance manager approve. And then the actual paying out, your staff will go and collect from the finance staff, and then arrange it. So this is basically the horizontal kind of communication, right? So the benefit of this kind of communication is basically it has more collaboration. You're collaborating with another person, right? That's a horizontal communication. Okay. Then we have what you call diagonal. What is diagonal? How do you think diagonal is? Diagonal communication. Give me. What are Leka, which one?
This one straight line, diagonal.
Diagonal means from who to who, let's say.
CEO to marketing manager.
CEO to marketing manager was vertical.
CEO to staff.
Staff to CEO.
Yes.
Okay. So this is more to diagonal. This is called diagonal kind of thing. Now, what are the pros and cons of this? Communication like this. What are the pros of this?
The good thing, the CEO can get the actual information from the staff, the actual product. Because if they get update from the manager, they might filter the
info. All the delay, it's faster. Am I right? Immediately you can get the thing faster, right?
Yeah, the straight information.
Yes. So that's immediately can get the information. Okay. And it's good. Basically, because in today's world, you find companies need to be more be able to turn around the time faster, is it? But what is the con of this? What's the con of this?
They might deliver the wrong information to CEO.
Okay, true. They might deliver the wrong information to CEO.
Everyone won't be in same page.
Okay. Shelby?
Maybe the marketing, the manager himself don't know the information.
They don't know the information. You're bypassing the marketing manager, right? Isn't it? You're bypassing the hierarchy and things like that, right? So that could cause some problems and issues. Marketing manager get angry. Hey, Apsal, you pergi straight to the CEO. Never tell me, so that could be a problem, right? Now, but you find that today, many companies are actually going for a flat structure. Flatter structure means very manager, straight staff, like that. No different levels, For example, AirAsia. AirAsia has got a flat structure, right? So like Tony Fernandez says that every one of his staff have his handphone number. I think I have the video somewhere. I think show you that. He says all his staff have the handphone number. You say that they can call me, they can contact me at any time they want to, like, you say. So what do you think they'll make them their supervisor? How do you think supervisor will be? How do you think supervisor will be in this kind of situation? The supervisor has got to be on the ball, right? On the ball means know what is happening very fast, very quick. And number two, the supervisor have to have good connection with the staff, very good connection with the staff. He must know what is going down, in the thing. He can, the supervisor cannot be sitting in the office and shake leg, while the staff is outside there. He has to be down there, turun padang, and so this is basically the kind of structure that is happening now. In the new organizations are more towards very diagonal kind of a communication is there, all right? And this also happens when, for example, sometimes I know in some companies you have something called a dotted line reporting structure. You know what is a dotted line, right? Dotted line means you are reporting to your manager. At the same time, you're also reporting to maybe the global, what do you call this thing, like, So that, do you have that in your organization?
No, not now. But previously, yes, we called that a matrix organization.
Matrix kind of organization, right? So some call it dotted line, which means, for example, the marketing staff is not only reporting to this marketing manager, he's also reporting to the marketing manager from headquarters, maybe the headquarters is in US, he's also reporting there also, right? So there's two, what you call kind of thing. So this is a different type of communication. The communication sometimes can be very complex with an organization, but if it's not structured and then it can cause confusion, and confusion is going to cause problems basically and when it comes to the strategy and implementation of the strategy of the company. Okay. Now, informal communication, we went through it already, right? Okay, informal is basically this thing. Now, we have looked at formal verbal communication, right? Now let's look at paraverbal. What is paraverbal? Paraverbal is basically, defined as messages conveyed by taking a crucial account of the tone, the pitch, and the pace, the speed of a person delivering the message. All right. So basically, it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. So three things. You must look at the pitch, you must look at the tone, and the speed of how a person is speaking. Right. Okay. Watch this video. They'll tell you about what is paraverbal.
Paraverbal communication can be used for more powerful impact in your communication. Hopefully, you are choosing your words carefully and sending the message you want others to take away. But words alone aren't enough. Paraverbal communication can play a big role in how your audience sees you. Pitch, tone, and speed influence paraverbal communication. Do you think that it's not what you say, it's how you say it, is a true statement? I didn't say you were wrong. Emphasis on the I implies it wasn't me that said it. I didn't say you were wrong. Emphasis on the word say gives the impression that I was trying to communicate something else. I didn't say you were wrong. Emphasizing the word wrong implies I said something else. So, remember, it's more than just the words you use. Sometimes expressing our true meaning can be complicated. Remember to work on your pitch, tone, and speed to help communicate exactly what you want others to know.
Okay, so this is called paraverbal communication. Now let me look at an example here. Now you see this word, I didn't say that you're lazy. I can say the same word, but the meaning can change. For example, if I say, I didn't say you're lazy, what does it mean? I didn't say you're lazy. What is the meaning of it? What does it mean?
It's not me saying you're lazy.
Yeah, it's not me that say. Somebody else said, I didn't say you're lazy. Okay, let's say, for example, if I say, I didn't say you're lazy. What am I meaning? What's my meaning?
I'm not saying you're lazy.
Okay, I didn't say that you're lazy. That means what? I didn't say, but maybe I think,
The
I think,
the tone voice.
the tone of your voice, I didn't say it. I mean, this is called inflection. I mean, you stress on the thing, and those, remember three things: the tone, pitch, and what is it? The other one? Tone, pitch, and speed. Okay, tone, pitch, and speed. Three things are something that we need to look at. So when people are communicating, it's important for us to look at the tone of the person. Or I can even say like this: I didn't say that you are lazy. What is the meaning? What am I implying?
Angry.
No. I didn't say that you are lazy.
I'm
What
not
does it
saying
mean?
you are lazy.
So someone
But I'm
else.
saying
Others.
that maybe I said someone else
else.
is. I'm not saying that you are lazy. Someone else is lazy, right? Isn't it? So you see the same sentence. I didn't say that you're lazy. That means what? What does it mean?
I'm not
I didn't
saying
say.
you're lazy.
Pardon? I didn't say that you're lazy.
I don't say that. It's like someone say.
No. That one is the first one. I didn't say
Not
you're
so
lazy.
hardworking.
Pardon,
You're
Shelby?
not lazy.
Yeah, Vinayak. What is that?
Actually,
You
you are
said?
not lazy.
You're not lazy.
You're not lazy, but maybe you're careless. I didn't say you're lazy, but maybe I say you're careless. Is it? That's what I'm trying to tell. Which means that I didn't call you lazy, but maybe I call it something else, lah. Is it like that? So you see, this is called paraverbal communication. Sometimes it's important for us to, understand or to what do you call listen to people, and from we listening to people, we can get a different meaning. And when we communicate, also it's important to look at these things in paraverbal. Very important, and it's useful for you when you are giving a talk, or and communication is very important to look at the tone and the stress. All right. Now let's look at the third part of the communication. It's called non-verbal. Remember, non-verbal is what? Verbal is what you say. Paraverbal is how you say it. Non-verbal is what?
Body language.
Body language.
Your body language. What your body is telling, right? So that is another what you call important thing. Now, body language. Watch this video on body language. It tells you about, actually our body, we are communicating, to others. 70% of our language is non-verbal. How many percent? 70% of our words that we speak is actually non-verbal. What is verbal is only considered a very small percentage, right?
You may not realize it, but you send out silent, nonverbal signals to people every day. This is your body language, and it can reveal how you're truly feeling when perhaps your words don't. Body language might include your facial expression, your hand movements, or your posture. Most of the time, it's unconscious, but there are some clues that can help you to interpret and use it to your advantage. Being aware of other people's negative body language is particularly useful and can help you to pick up on unspoken problems. For example, if someone you're speaking to is standing or sitting with his arms folded tightly across his body, he's probably not happy with what you're saying. Other negative signs to watch out for include tense facial expressions, someone turning his body away from you or avoiding eye contact. Your own body language should reinforce what you're trying to communicate verbally. Otherwise, you risk sending mixed signals. With the right body language, you can convey openness, confidence, and receptiveness. For example, you can make a confident and positive first impression by standing with an open posture that's relaxed and upright, and by keeping your hands down by your sides. Maintain solid eye contact with the person you're speaking to, and try to hold her gaze for a few seconds at a time. This will show her that you're sincere and alert. Adopting positive body language can also help when you're speaking in public. For example, you'll look more confident if you keep your shoulders back and maintain an upright but relaxed posture, keeping your weight evenly distributed, with one foot slightly in front of the other. Hand movements can also help. For example, spreading your hands apart in front of you, with your palms facing slightly towards your audience, can indicate a willingness to communicate and share ideas. At the same time, it's important to maintain control. Too much hand movement can distract from what you're saying.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. All right, so what did you learn here? What is the body language that we should have when we are giving a talk like that? Come on. What is the kind of body language you have when you're giving a talk like that?
Confidence.
Yes or no?
Pardon?
Confidence.
Yes. So what gives the confidence? What is the body language that gives the confidence now? You saw the video just now, the guy standing and giving a talk, right? So what gives what is the body language that he's giving, or that he's showing and he's doing,
Relax. Relax and open.
Open, yeah.
Open.
What did he do? How did he show his hands? You saw the hands?
Very relaxed.
He is relaxed.
Yeah.
Shoulders up, straight. Okay, not slouched down, Shoulders up, straight, and the hands are open. All right. So, open hand will show that you are receptive. Okay, very important when we are. That means it's an open body language. When somebody closes a hand like this, you can't see me. Let me show you. Okay. Let's say somebody folds the hands like this, All right. When giving a talk, what does it tell you?
He is doubting.
Not confident.
It's not
You do not
confident.
agree.
Not say he doesn't agree. He is basically what you call not open. Not open to any what you call a suggestion, not open to any kind of feedback and things like that. All right. So you can actually be confident also. You can put like that and then you can be confident also like that. Boleh juga, is it? But when you're giving a talk, you do like this, then it shows that you're not what you call you're not really what you call open to people. So when you're giving a talk, you open your hands, is it? And put the palms up like that. So that is what the things that you can communicate that you are open with these people. All right. Okay, now let's do some tests. Let's see how good is your body language. Right. Now, which of these women, can you read the thing at the bottom? Can you read the slide? Are you all able to read what is at the bottom there? Which one?
No.
No, sir.
No, wait, that means I need to wait. I just wait.
Which woman is hiding something?
How come you can read?
I guess.
Oh, you guess lah. Okay. All right. Yeah, wait. I forgot to put the sound lah. Share sound. Okay. All right. Now can see?
Yes.
Okay. Now, which woman is hiding something from you? Number one, number two, number three,
Number two.
Number two.
Which pulling her hair, her
Number
ears.
three.
Number 4.
I agree with all the ladies.
The ladies are better at understanding it.
Men also doing this actually.
Okay. See, the thing is, we unconsciously do this, Body language is something you cannot lie. The body language cannot lie, right? So we unconsciously do it. We can talk something, but our body language is giving away what they call information all the time, right? Okay, so what? Which one? Number 2. Number 3.
Number 4. It's number 2. Number 2.
Number 2 lah. Number 3, anybody? How many say number 3? Let's ask Saiful. Okay, Saiful, which one?
I choose number 2.
Saiful choose number 2 lah. Leka, which one do you choose?
Number 2, sir.
Also number 2 lah. All right. Anu?
Number 2.
Oh, number 2 lah. Okay, then let's look at the answers lah. All right. Okay, so holding the ear is like that lah. So Sudha better remember, if you see your wife or your, holding the ear, then you know lah, something is there lah.
Yeah, true, Mr. Franklin. The truth is out there.
Truth is out there. Okay, all right. So let's see now. What's the answer? Okay, number 1. The open palm indicate what? She's an open book. Although there are some, I can't read this language, all these things here. Although there are some people who can, who can talk with their hands on purpose, most people do it unknowingly. And all in all, this woman is not lying to you. If the person come to you and talk to you with their hand open like that, you know that the person is not lying to you. Now, this is very important, especially when you all deal with a lot of people. Like I know, like you say, you deal with up and down, so many people, right? All kind of people are there. Some people come and bluff to you, lie, and all these kind of thing. Right? So sometimes you depend on your experience, right? So body language is useful for you to know, learn, so that you can be make a very calculated decision in what you want to do. Okay, so number 1 is definitely not lying. She's open in the hand like that. Number 2, okay, let's see. This woman's body language indicate that she has something suspicious. Okay, her nervous tics indicate that she is ready to deceive you. That means she's ready to deceive you, or at very least tell a white lie. She's going to tell a white lie. All right. When people use nervous tics, they are usually hiding something for you. So be careful, right? So number 2, be careful. She's hiding something. Maybe something she's going to lie, right? Now number 3, How about this woman, number 3? What do you think about number 3? Look at this woman. The chin under the thing.
Need to listen.
Try to be smart.
Okay, so I think this woman is interested in a conversation. That means she's listening to you. You know, when you're talking, she's listening. She's a natural listener and evaluating everything you say. The way she rests her chin upon her hand is telling you this. She's listening to every word that you say. If somebody puts a hand like this, that means the person is listening to you. All right, so that's important. Okay, now let's look at the 4th woman. Her body language screams liar. Number 4 is lying. Experts have noted that when a person covers their mouth with their hand, it means he or she is hiding something or not telling the truth. Okay, so that's this one. So which one is it not hiding? I think most of you are correct. Number 2 and number 4 is it? So she's not hiding something or not telling something the truth is it? All right. So number 2 and number 4 are the ones that are hiding something. So you have to be very careful, right? But number 4 is already telling lie already. Number 2 is going to tell lie. From there you can see. So good, your body language is there. Let's do a small quiz. All of you take out a piece of paper. You must be bored of listening to me. So let's take out a piece of paper. Let's do a quiz to see how good is our body language. All of you got a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's grab a piece of paper and let's do this. All right, so I got 10 questions for you. What does this body language tell you? Either is he sad, he's nervous, he's confident, or he's shamed?
Nervous.
Okay, all right.
Answer directly.
Huh?
Answer directly or we?
No. You write down.
Write down. All right.
Tulis dalam kertas. Number 1, you tulis A ke, B ke, C ke, D ke, macam itulah. All right. Number 1. Number 2. True or false? When talking to I can't read this thing. When talking to someone, feet pointed towards you, it is a sign of mutual interest. If the feet is open like this, they mean this both are both interested in each other. Is it correct or wrong? Looking at the gamba, is it here? Both the feet pointed out together. They are both interested in each other. Okay, true or false only, A or B lah. Okay, now which of the following eye movement indicate that the person is lying? Looking left, looking right, looking up, none of the above. Which of the eye movement tells you that the person is lying? Okay. Next one. What does this body language cue indicate? The hand is like this. Is he happy? Maybe he's got a baby already, he's happy, Fear, confidence, excitement. Which one is the answer? Is he excited? Question number 4. Let's go to number 5. Which of the following picture best portrays disgust? The person is disgusted. Disgust is one of the emotions. There are 7 emotions a person has. One is fear, one is love, one is so on the 6 or 7 emotions that a person has. Basic emotions. Which one tells you is disgust? A, B, C, or D? Is this a genuine smile? Look at this picture of the guy smiling. Is this a genuine smile? Or is it fake? Yes or no? By looking at him smiling, is it fake or is it genuine? Okay. Next one. Putting object in the mouth such as pen, eyeglass, fingernail can be a sign of anxiety. Like this. Say for example, somebody put a pen in the mouth. It's a sign of anxiety. Anxious, you're anxious about something. That's why you put your finger inside the thing. Somebody put a pen inside, means they're anxious about something. Is it true or false? Okay. Right. I move on to the next one.
Yes.
All right. True or false? Cross arm always indicate that someone who's closed off. So let's say, for example, like this closed arm. Always indicate someone who's closed off. True or false? Next, which area of the body does someone typically touch to indicate sincerity? Choose one. A, B, C, or D. Which one do they to show that they are sincere? Which part of the body does somebody touch? Okay, choose one. Last one. Observe the following picture. What does their body language likely indicate? Frustration, fear, tiredness, shame, all the above. Done already?
Done, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's time for answers lah. All right. Okay. Let's look at the answers. See how well you all did lah. All right. Okay. Good. Number one. What is the answer for this one?
Nervous. B.
B. Nervous.
Very good. Nervous.
Nervous.
Guys, whenever somebody is biting the fingernails, then is nervous lah. All right. So remember that lah. Nervous lah. This one, true or false? When someone talking, true or false?
True.
True. You look at the position of the legs, both are open together, that shows what you call they are or mutual interest line, right? Now, which one eye movement? What's the answer for this?
Left.
Looking up.
Up. Looking up.
Left.
Okay. The answer is none of the above. Okay?
Yes.
The reason is because why? Actually, they have found out that really the eye cannot tell you whether you are lying or not. Actually, research has found out, from the eye, you cannot really see that. Actually, it's a myth. People say your eye is saying, but of course, you must look at the eye contact. Important, you look at the person's eye. It's very important, right? Now, what does this body language cue indicate?
C. Confidence.
Confident.
Fear.
B.
Fear.
Fear.
Confidence.
Oh, confidence.
So this is called stippling. Stippling, like the church will have a steeple and a house got steeple. When the stippling occurs, someone is typically confident and in charge. The higher the steeple, higher mean if the steeple is like this higher, then it is what you call is more confident line. So you will rarely see stippling from a subordinate in front of his boss. If you are talking to your boss, you will not find a subordinate talk like this. You will not see that. So that is naturally it will not happen. Right? So basically this is called confidence. Which one discuss?
D.
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 Is this a genuine smile?
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay,
No.
answer is no. This is a fake smile. Why? Okay, now real genuine smile typically have an indicator that is known as Duchenne marker, which means on the side of the eye, got wrinkle one. If a person really smiling, there will be a wrinkle in the side of the eye. It's called crow's feet,
True.
And if a person is smiling but like this, they mean that they're smiling just to be polite or faking it. Maybe, for example, somebody is smiling at you, your subordinate smiling at you. You can see whether they're really smiling or they're bluffing or faking it, by looking at the side of the eye, whether got the wrinkle there in the eye. All right. So this is a test to find out this thing. Number 7, putting object in the mouth, pen, sign of anxiety.
Yes.
Yes.
True.
False.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I got this wrong. When I did this, I got it wrong. That's why I say, oops. Most people put object in their mouth when they're anxious, Okay, actually, I put this in my mouth whenever I'm thinking, When I'm thinking something, I put it in my mouth. It's become a habit. Now, sometimes it's a natural thing. But psychologists, they say that this gesture mimics or copy the same behavior of seeking comfort at our mother's breast when we were infant, you know, is it? So when we are infant, you know, the mother will give the children what they call the pacifier, right? Isn't it? So that they'll be pacified because that mimics the mother's breast kind of thing. So the same way, we as humans, when we grow up also, we try to put something in the mouth so when we are anxious, like, you know, right? So, right. So this is what it is. So somebody thinking you're anxious, right? All right. Okay. Who is that who's sighing? All right. That's true. Now, cross arm always indicates somebody who is closed off.
Yeah, true.
True.
It's false.
False.
You look at this guy. This guy is not closed off. He's laughing, happy. He shows like he's a leader, right? Isn't it? So it can mean somebody who's angry. Angry also got deep concentration, or maybe feeling cold also, or maybe resting the arm. It does not necessarily mean somebody is closed off. It depends on the context. Just now the video you saw, right? When the guy is on the table, he closed the hand like that, he don't want to sign, you know. He doesn't agree. He doesn't agree like that, right? So it depends on the context. It's not always correct, okay? Which one is you touch body? We touch when you are sincere.
E.
Chest. You touch the chest, all right? Then you know they are. Yeah. So nose means what?
Telling lie.
Nose means telling lies, you know, is it? Nose is telling lie, Okay, we're touching the nose pin and then he's telling lie, Okay, last question. Now, what does the body language indicate? Frustration, fear, tiredness, shame, all the above.
All above.
All above.
Very good, you're very clever. All the above, you're right, is it? Okay. Now, this is what they're doing is they are doing something called blading. Blading means like this. One fellow sitting this side, one fellow sitting this side, you know, that is called blading. That means they are not in agreement. When the two legs, when are them together, then you know that they are in agreement. So you can actually look at people sitting down. One of the things that I like to do when I have time, those days when I'm traveling, I like to just sit in the airport and look at people walk past, sit down, talk, you know, and observe the body language, and see what is happening to people. Even without listening to them, I can actually try to guess, hey, these two people are, you know, sitting together, you know. You can see the body language, you know. You know, you can even see, for example, if I go to supermarket, I can see who is newly married, who has been married for a long time, you know. Sudha, how do you know? Let's say you go to supermarket, you know, husband and wife is shopping, you know, you can see who is newly married, who has been married for a long time. How do you know, Sudha?
Yeah, those married, newly married, they will be holding hands. Those that married for a long time, the woman will be walking in the front, the man will be walking from the back.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so this is body language. From there, you know whether they've been married for a long time or a short while, right? So these are all the subtle, what you call differences, nuances that can help us to understand people and helps us in our communication, right? Heads and shoulders slumped downward. That means defeat, shame, tiredness, you know, and they're closed off. Cross leg and arm are indicator of closed off body language. Eye rubbing. Okay, now look at this one. Eye rubbing. Eye rubbing can be a sign of tiredness, being uncomfortable, or stress also. It could be using stress, you know. Blocking the eye has been shown to stimulate the vagus nerve, slowing down the heart and breathing rates during time of stress or fear. Okay, so that's one of the things. Man is covering his private area, which means he's feeling anxious or vulnerable. Okay, when they cover the swan, they mean they are vulnerable, you know. They, as the hand supporting, they mean show is very dejected, you know, right? So this is basically body language. So, okay, how did you score? Who got 10 out of 10?
8 over 10.
8 over 10.
Arul was weak. Arul, definitely, you are a policeman, you are expert in, you learn all these things, right? Because police learn all these, FBI, police, all these people, they study, right? You all learn body language? You learn, right?
Of course.
Very important to study body language, to see a person is lying and all these kind of things. Very good. Okay, 8 out of 8. Anybody? Yeah. Yes, Arul. Yeah, Arul?
Especially interrogation time, sir.
Interrogation time to see whether the person is telling a lie or true or things like that. For them, body language is very, very important.
Very important.
They're quite advanced. Yeah.
Mr. Pepman.
Yeah, Nazri.
Maybe the answer the husband always fail to translate the meaning. What's the she or when her say, I don't want, you have to careful. You have to careful. Actually, actually, most of them, is experience. If she said, I don't want, you have to make sure she didn't want, because it's other meaning from the answer.
Yeah. That's why I say you will look at the tone, how you say, I don't want. You say, I don't want. You know, they mean that she won, you know. So that's why you say the paraverbal plays a very important role. In relationships, that's what I'm saying. Relationship, it could be office, it could be with your spouse. Very important for us to look at cues. These are called cues. Cues means it's like something that you can understand what they're talking about, right? Again, you talk about communication. Men and women are totally different. That's one thing totally different, because men are wired differently, women are wired differently, right? So, so you have to be very careful, right? Sometimes, for example, the way women think is different from the way men think. All right, so that's another thing that you got to do. For example, if your wife comes to you and asks you, you like this? When you're buying baju okay, I'll ask Sudha again because so let's say you want to buy baju and then she says, you like the blue color or you want the red? You like the red color? She asks you, what is the answer you should give, Sudha?
I'll say buy the yellow color.
Buy the what?
Buy the yellow color.
You buy clever, you. Because if you choose either one, you got to be very careful, because when a woman is already, or your wife has already come and asking you question, what does it mean? Nazri, what does it mean? Are you married?
They have an answer. They have
yes.
answer.
Yes. Answer me. What is that?
They have answer already.
That means, yeah, you're right. They already have selected already, in their mind, is they? And they want you to agree with them. So if you choose the wrong one, you are in trouble, is they? You cannot trouble. So this is, until now, I don't know how to answer this, like maybe I'll follow Sudha, answer yellow, probably, Okay, so this is basically, this is how women, the thinking is like that, is they? The way they communicate is that. So men have, actually, to tell you the truth, women are masters in communication, and men are actually very much slow behind, right? To tell you the truth, they? Women are much faster and clever, in this kind of thing. Men are more good on strength and body and things like that. Women are much more cleverer than men, they? In certain many areas, actually, I find, they? Have you seen how men and women communicate, how they talk? Let's say, for example, a group of men are sitting down, a group of men are sitting down, they're talking, let's say, how do you talk? Normally, what do we do? They talk one by one. Let's say we're sitting down in a mama shop, we're sitting down, chit-chat. Normally, men, they will talk one by one. One person talk, and then orang lain dengar, the next one talk, the next one talk, next one talk. So that's how the men will talk. Now, how do women talk? Anybody? Girls? How do women talk?
One by one also.
Chinese got one what is it, pepatah? Three women become one pasa.
What does that mean?
All talk together.
Yes.
Yes, all will talk together at the same time, they? And the best part is, what or not? They can all understand each other, everything. Is they? Men cannot. If all talk together, their mind will be kalankapur, But women, they all can sit down and all talk together at the same time, and yet they can understand each other and they can pick up the conversation and they can go on, So that's how women communicate. Men communicate in a different way. So another thing is, what I found out is women, basically, they are very good at multitasking. Some of you see, if you got mothers or, they can actually be cooking at the same time they can watch you, and then my wife, she can be cooking, same time she can be watching the son. At the same time, at one corner, I see what the husband is doing, whether is he wasting his time watching TV or doing what, So they are very good in that. But men, we cannot. We one thing at one time. We watching TV mean line builder, we cannot do, Am I right or not, Saiful? Is that correct?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Why, Yenny? Why you say that?
I did agree, Mr. Franklin.
Why, Yenny? Why is it? Why, Yenny?
I'm not so multitasking, and then I not really like people like talking all together.
Okay. Okay, there are exceptions, lah. But what I'm talking about is the generalist thing, lah. Generally women are all what you call. Are you a multitasking person, Deva? Yeah, so you can do many things together, lah. Men cannot, lah. Men cannot. There are some men are very good in that, lah. But not me, lah. I can do only one thing at one time like that, lah. So that's my thing. Sudha, how are you? Are you a multitasker or?
No, Mr. Frank, I'm not a multitasker, but I'd like to actually share with you and also the group over here my experience managing a team. At one time, I was managing a team of about 14 people, So I had about 20% or 30% of women, and the rest are all men, So what I saw here is that the ladies, they were very disciplined. One thing, they come on time. And they have minimum breaks, and they were focused on work, and they're very their productivity level is quite high, right? When and the man is totally the opposite. They come late to work. They spend what do you call that? At least 5 times a day religiously going to smoking shed, right? And they spend most of the time. This is the one that is I couldn't actually understand. The men do more gossiping than the women.
Men do what? More
gossiping.
Oh, more gossiping than
women, right? In the team, So by the time I saw all these things, the men's productivity is so low. So by the time I've left the company, I actually managed to bring in more women into the organization because at the end of the day they do more work. The productivity is high, and I'm happy to share this. From 20% it became 50%.
Wow, very good. That's very good. Very good.
In fact, now currently I'm in DP. I got 6 people in my team. 4 of them, that means 60% of them are women. All of them I took. Because I know based on my previous experience, the ladies actually can multitask. They're very disciplined, right? And they can actually deliver.
You're right. It's true. See, I have been handling sales team for very long time now, and some of my top salespeople are women. I can tell you that some of the top salespeople are women. They are very focused, very directed, and very aggressive, when they want to get something, achieve it, right? But handling them is a bit more difficult than handling men because women are more emotional. So you need to spend a little bit more time with them. So that's very important. When you can do that, you'll find that they will perform very well. So that's sales management, so a lot of things, skills. All right. So basically, we need to understand that, different people have got different communication, skills. And we as managers, we need to understand them, not only verbally, paraverbally, and also body language. We've also got to look at the body language. All right. Okay. So now let's look at, let's carry on. Okay, we saw this. Okay, we have covered this one. Downward, horizontal, messages, how it flows in the organization, right? Because this is non-verbal. Non-verbal is basically interpersonal space, eye contact. Now, it's very important to look at the person's eye. Now, eye contact is very important. Why is it important to have eye contact? Why should you look at a person's eye when you speak? Why is that important?
Sincere.
Yeah, because it shows you that you are sincere, right? Now, when you look at a person's eye, the method is don't stare at the person. Okay, don't stare at the person. What you do is you move your eye from the one left eye to right eye to the mouth, like that. Don't just one place like that, stare like that, then it looks very creepy, right? So don't do that, right? So looking at a person's eye is very important. If they cannot look at a person's eye, that means you've got no confidence, right? So you need to learn to look at the person's eye, and the way you gesture, your hand movement, all those are all very important, right? Now let's look at something called the communication process. What is communication? Now we're going to break up communication into 7 parts, 7 elements. I mean, in any communication, whether it's advertising, I think we studied this in marketing also. I think we studied in marketing. Yeah, right. The communication process has got 7 different elements. All right. This is the element. First of all, is a sender. Sender is the person who's speaking. Like in this picture, there's a guy wearing this jacket. He is the sender. He's sending the information to to the lady. Okay, now when he sends the thing, he encodes it. He doesn't tell straight away. Sometimes we encode it, in a different way. And then you use a channel, a message. Like here, it direct to the person. Now we are communicating, but the channel we are using is virtual channel. Or you could use email to communicate, or on the telephone. So channel doesn't matter, right? So the sender sends the information or communication by encode it, right? Then the receiver, who is the receiver here? The lady. Now the lady is receiving it, you see? The lady is receiving it and trying to understand what is he talking. Now, when his sender is encoding it in which way? By the way he's talking, verbal, non-verbal, and also paraverbal. He is using all these in this message. Now the lady is decoding him not only on his words, but his body language. What is he talking? Does it relate to what he's talking or not? So she's receiving it, and then feedback, and becomes what you call back to the sender, right? So this is the feedback that they're getting. So decode. So this is called the 7 elements of actually feedback response is the same thing, right? And in between what you have is you have something called the noise, right? So now watch this video. He clearly explained to you what are the elements in the communication process, right?
Now let us tackle the nature of communication. Number 1, communication is a process. When we say process, it is cyclical. It is like a cycle. It begins from one step to another. Second one, communication occurs between 2 or more people. The third one, communication could be expressed whether it's verbal, non-verbal, or both verbal and non-verbal at the same time. So, in order for us to understand more, here are the elements of communication. We have the speaker, we have the message, the encoding, the channel, decoding, receiver, feedback, context, and the last one is the barrier. These elements will explain to us its mechanics and process. This time, let me explain to you the process of communication. Do you know that the process of communication takes place or begins with the speaker? The speaker is also known as the sender of the message or information. The speaker initiates the process of communication with a specific or particular purpose. The speaker encodes by converting messages into actions or words or other forms wherein the speaker and the listener understand. The message is simply the information, thoughts, or ideas conveyed by the speaker into words or in action. After that, the message is being transported through a vehicle called channel. Channel is used as a medium in transmitting ideas or thoughts. Channels include face-to-face conversation, video conferencing, telephone conversation, written communication, mass media, and so on. Next in line is the listener, or also known as the receiver. The receiver decodes the message. Decoding means understanding and interpreting the encoded message given or sent by a sender or the speaker. When the listener or the receiver decodes the message, he or she can now make a response, also known as feedback. Feedbacks are reactions, responses, or any information provided by the receiver. It can be sent through different channels. Have you ever tried having a hard time just to cope up with a good communication? Yes, it happens. Sometimes misunderstanding happens because of the presence of noise, and this noise is also known as barrier. barriers are factors that affect the flow of communication. We have two types of barriers. It could be external or internal. When we say external, these are barriers that happen outside. It could be a sound of a dog, the dog's bark. It could be a sound from the people around us, or a sound coming from a vehicle, anything that distracts the flow of communication. We call them external barrier. The other one is the internal noise or the internal barrier. These barriers happen in us. Since it is not visible, it is hard for us to control. It could be feelings, emotions, or anything that hinders a communication process. The context is the environment where communication takes place. It is also the setting or the situation where communication process occurs.
Okay, so this is very simple, all right, and this is very basic, fundamental of any communication. Any communication, this is the elements of it, all right. Now, it's very important because why? Encoding. Now, 4 conditions that influence the effective encoded: the skill, the attitude of the person, knowledge of the sender, and the socio-cultural system. For example, if you're speaking to a person from a different culture, a different country, now the way they express themselves is different. For example, like I told you, when I do business in Indonesia last time, when they talk, they don't mean what they are saying, they will say something else, but they mean something else, So that's called encoding, all right? So basically, they encode the message, and me as a receiver, I need to decode it and think, hey, what is this guy trying to tell me? Actually trying to tell me. I decode it, and that becomes a response and a feedback for me back to this thing. And then there's a noise, right? Noise, remember what you say, it can be internal barrier or external barrier. Another name is for noise is barrier, right? External could be from outside. Internal could be from within the organization. It's maybe the structure of the organization is such that, doesn't give you a chance for the communication to flow. Now, we can actually find out from the feedback, maybe what we need to do, we need to encode. For example, let's say, we understand this guy wrongly, then what this lady need to tell is, okay, Mr. Ali, I think the way you're expressing is wrong. If this is the way you're expressing, our customers are also going to get the wrong message. So from the way the feedback, we can tell them to change the encoding, the way they express themselves. That is body language, all those kind of thing is called the encoding, how we encode it, right? So these are the elements in the communication process. So this is very key, which you'd, in every, they will have this line, right? Now, what are the barriers? Remember, barriers are the noise, right? So basically, there are 4 barriers, right? Sorry, 5. 6 barriers, I'm sorry. All right? Filtering, emotion, information overload, defensiveness, language or jargon, national culture. Barrier mean these are the things that stops the smooth flow of communication within the organization. All right. Remember we said that communication is very vital. Communication is like the blood flow within our body. It's like, for example, we have blood is stopped flowing, then we die. The same thing goes for any organization. Communication is like the blood that flows in any relationship, not only in organization, but in any relationship, is like a blood that flows. All right. Now let's look at it one by one. What are the barriers? First is filtering. Filtering means is what? What it means is filtering is manipulation of information to make it appear favorable to the receiver. Okay, I mean you filter some of the negative thing and then you make it in such a way. So as information is communicated to organizational level, it is condensed and synthesized. I mean, changed, by sender, so that those on top do not become overloaded with information. So that is one of the things. Basically, filtering is done, right? Okay. So filtering communication can move up or also down, also, right? So sometimes when we send up the information to our bosses, we don't give them all the information. Am I right? We cut down all those other things. Only the relevant information you give. what is it, so then they can make decisions. So we filter all that. So that's filtering. Now sometimes through the filtering is good, but sometimes we leave out some vital information, and that can actually stop the communication. Your boss will say, why you never tell me the whole information? You say, yeah, because I don't want you to know all the thing lah. Just a problem only. Other thing we can handle it lah. So the boss is upset because why you didn't tell him the full information. So it's filtering. That is a barrier lah, right? The next is basically emotions. Sometimes our feelings, emotion, that can get in the way of how we communicate. We're angry, we sometimes we have our attitude, we don't like the person, the way we communicate with the person, can be a problem. So emotions, right? A person will often interpret this same message differently, depending on the emotion or sad. Now, for example, if you're happy, you can understand, you can accept the thing differently, but you're sad, even a good message can make you angry, you see? Sometimes we can get angry just like that. Sometimes because of the person's attitude or the person's emotion, right? And people disregard the rational, objective thinking and substitute emotional judgment, right? So why people suddenly get angry is because of emotions, right? Overload, information overload, okay? That will also stop what you call communication, because by too much of information, a person has got a certain capacity, how much information a person can talk, okay? Has this ever happened to you? Too much information, then you find that, you cannot cannot go on, managers tend to select, ignore, pass over, and forget information if they put further processing until the situation overload is over. This results in loss of communication and less effective communication. This is one of the issues, right? Another one is language or jargon. Now, this is funny. Sometimes, for example, different people have different kind of language they use. For example, words can mean different things to different people. In fact, different age, one word that younger generation and older generation sometimes cannot communicate, because their languages are different, the way they express themselves also is different. So that can be. Another one, it could be jargon. Jargon means within a certain industry, you use a certain term. If you have oil and gas, you use a certain terminology, right? So if I'm talking to an oil and gas, when I walk into your meetings, I might not understand what is going on in you, Or accountants. Sometimes the accountants don't know what language they talk, So we also don't know what they're talking about. Sometimes legal fellows, they got their own jargon, They speak like as if don't know what, and simple things they try to make it more complicated so they can charge you more money, right? So this is basically what happens. So that also can stop the flow of conversation within an organization, right? Okay. Different generation, and also jargon. So these are the things. Now, natural cultures. Different cultures have got different way of expressing, right? For example, in certain countries, you express yourself in a different way, right? So managers heavily reports, memo, announcements, and other formal communication, right? In certain types of society, like collectivity society, where everybody works as a team together, the strong desire for harmony, hierarchy, and saving face is very important now, In some individualistic society, like in US and Australia, they are more individualistic, Communication patterns tend to be oriented to the individual and clearly spelled out, okay? So they're individual for the people. For a group, it's different. So for example, if I'm sending out a memo, to a country which is like, for example, Asian country, they are more collectivities, I should talk about the group, the company, the team, I must talk about the team. But if I'm doing a memo for people like US and Australia, which is an individualistic kind of a country, they think more about themselves now. They're not interested in the group or community. They're individualistic kind of a personality. And for this group of people, I need to draft a different type of memo which addresses them directly, right? So our communication patterns will change according to the cultures of a country, okay? And how do you overcome this? All right, there are a few ways in which you can overcome this, what you call 6 things. First of all, use proper feedback system. A feedback system will tell you, how to improve. Remember, I told you, like, for example, the feedback will tell the person, hey, you need to improve that. Simplify the language. Okay, don't make it too complicated. Listen actively. Okay, now we're going to talk about listen active. What is active listening? Right? Remember when we saw this one earlier, one of the skills that we really need for managers is listen actively. What is active listening? Active listening is a technique of careful listening, and looking for non-verbal cues. For example, now listening and hearing is different. No? Hearing is just listening to the sound only, not really understanding, Active listening is careful listening and observing not only the, the audio, but the non-verbal cues. Remember, I told you about intonation, also about body language, you see? And this is feedback and the form of accurate paraphrasing. Now, paraphrasing means what, right? What do you mean by paraphrasing? What is paraphrasing actually? You all know about paraphrasing, right? Isn't it? Eva, what is paraphrasing? In this context, paraphrasing. When you write an assignment, what is paraphrasing. What does this mean by paraphrasing here? Deva?
No, Mr. Franklin.
Okay. Paraphrasing means repeating, actually. Same thing, when you write an assignment, you are paraphrasing means you are taking the same word from somebody and you're repeating it back in a different way. That's all. That's called paraphrasing, right? So when the active listening means you listen to them, shake your head, like you're really listening to them. At the same time, you are telling, oh, that means what you're saying is what, and you repeat it back to them, which means you're really trying to understand them. That's called active listening. That's very important. Okay. The biggest communication problem is that we do not listen to understand, but listen to reply. Now, this is a basic problem, right? Now, watch down this video. I think it will be a final video for you all. And write down the key to active listening. What is active listening? How do you listen actively?
Active listening means listening completely. But before anybody does that well, there are two secrets, two prerequisites to active listening. Number one, you have to commit. You have to put aside whatever else might be distracting you and make listening a real priority. Good listening is first and foremost a choice that you make every time somebody speaks. Number two, it takes practice. Like any skill, you have to work at it. The good news is that listening is not mysterious or complicated. So let's talk about 4 qualities of active listening that you can put into practice. First, active listening involves nonverbal communication. And there are 2 sides to this. On the one hand, you're demonstrating that you're engaged in paying attention nonverbally. You put your devices completely away, you make eye contact, your body posture is open and oriented toward the other person. Now on the other side, you're also noticing the speaker's nonverbal cues. There's an expression, you listen with your eyes. And part of that means you're noticing what's happening with the person visually on their mood or their emotion that they're showing. Do they look nervous, frustrated, annoyed? You can pick up on that by actively observing their nonverbal communication. Second, active listening involves verbal communication. Again, there are 2 sides to this. The most obvious part is asking good questions. Probably the most common pattern that good listeners demonstrate is that they ask a good question and then they let the speaker fully answer it. Like a good mental health therapist will ask thoughtful questions and then stop talking for a while and let the client speak. Honestly, what we're paying for in many cases is just somebody to listen carefully to us. So a good question is a huge part of the listening pie. And the other part of verbal communication is those small utterances that show the other person that we're following them, like, I hear you, yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes it's not even full words. It might just be, oh. Those little utterances keep us engaged and show the other person that we're following. Third, active listening involves responding to what somebody just said. So the pattern goes like this. You ask a question, they respond for however long that takes, and at the end of that talking term, you give an informed response to them. So let's say you just ask a person what they've been up to lately. That's your question. And in their talking turn, they tell you that they have been doing diving lately. So you actively listen for a while they're talking. And at the end of their talking turn, it's your turn again. And this is where you show that you were actively following along and were interested in what they were saying. And you can do this by reflecting back what you just heard. You might say something like, wow, that sounds like an exciting sport. That's really cool that you're doing that. Or you could ask another follow-up question. I had no idea that you were into diving. How did you first get into that? Of course, you could do a little bit of both, like I just did. You could make an informed, reflective statement and then ask a follow-up question. The key is to respond to what they have just been saying. What you don't want to do is just look at them blankly and not react when they're done talking. And you've probably had somebody do this to you. You tell them about part of your day or something about your life, and they don't react. They just have this stone face. That's not active listening. If you want a gold star for active listening, then you have to respond to what they just said. Fourth, keep the focus on them and let them talk. Now, this one might seem obvious because you're listening, but when you decide to go into that listening mode, just make a decision that this is going to be all about the other person talking and not about you. Resist that temptation to jump in with your own story or to change the subject to your favorite topic. Keep your talking turns and questions concise, and then stick to whatever topic they're interested in. Now, eventually, once they've done plenty of talking, there will usually be an opportunity later in the conversation for you to share your experiences. But my rule of thumb is to dedicate at least the first half of the conversation to pure active listening. So I hope these 4 tips help you listen completely in your next conversation. Question of the day, which one of these tips do you need the most work on?
Good question. Which one do you need to work on? Which of these tips that you really need to work on in active listening, right? Now, as managers, it's very important for us to understand active listening. We always talk about listening. Are you listening? Listening, okay? But we are not really listening. We are actually hearing most of the time. When you talk about active listening, which means 2 things. First of all, he said what? Commit to listen, which means commit means put aside everything. Let's say your staff come to you and say, boss, I want to talk to you, is it? Now, it's very important for you to listen. Do active listening. How do you do active listening? You put aside whatever you're doing. Maybe you're typing something, you're writing my email, or you're writing something, your phone, whatever, put it all aside. Put it aside, and then you look, eye contact, look at them. Remember, eye contact. Look at face your, thing, right? Commit to that. Number 2, what you need to do is, all right, practice. Okay, you need to practice. Okay, you have to learn how to practice active listening. Okay, so that's very, very important. These 2 things are very important, right? Okay, so now 4 qualities of active listening. Anybody can remember what are the 4 qualities he's talked about? Active listening. Daisy?
Involve non-verbal
Asking good questions.
Okay, that is one of the. What's the first one? You remember what is the first one?
Use eyes to listen.
Non-verbal.
Involve non-verbal communication.
Okay,
Yeah,
first thing is involves non-verbal communication, right? For example, look at the person, the nuances, his body language, because you see, sometimes people say you can talk with your eyes, right? Look at the person, non-verbal. So now, when you do this, you need to understand that you need to look at your own body language. I mean, what you're doing, your eye contact, your posture. Are you interested in listening to if you are like this, that, I mean, you're not interested in the person's listening. So your body language is going to give them information that you are listening to them, number 1. Next, you need to also look at their body language. Observe the other person's body language also is very important, right? Okay, so these are the things. First of all, it involves non-verbal communication. Second, it involves what? Verbal communication. Okay, verbal is like, for example, asking good question. Now, this is very important, right? Now, when you ask question, there are 2 types of questions we can ask. 2 types of question. One is called an open-ended question. The other one is called a close-ended question. Anybody can tell me what is an open-ended question? Anu? What is an open-ended question? Okay, now, questions are very powerful tools for managers. All right, if you learn how to use questions, you can manipulate, not to say manipulate like in the negative way, but you can actually in a positive way help you in negotiating, help you in solving conflict if you can use questions properly, like, because you with asking the right question, you can get the right answer. You can actually expect the right answer. For example, if I were to ask you, for example, if I were to ask you, let's say Saiful, I asked you, if I ask you, how was your holiday? Let's say I find out that you have gone to Langkawi for your holiday. How was your holiday? What did you do in your holiday? If I ask you, let's say for example, you went to Langkawi. Answer me, Saiful. How do you answer?
My holiday is good. I'm really enjoy it. I'm go surfing. All that's it.
Okay. All right. So now that is called an open-ended question. So when I ask an open-ended question, that means you can talk more. All right. Now let's say now I ask you a closed-ended question. How did you go there? Did you go by train? Did you go by car or did you fly to Langkawi, Saiful?
By fly.
By flight. Okay. Now this is an open-ended, closed-ended, which means only two choice. After that, you cannot talk. You just have to choose one only, right? Isn't it? So you can use open-ended, closed-ended. If you want the person to keep talking, you ask them open-ended question. All right, open-ended question like that. Then the person will keep on talking. So this is good communication. So you ask and you paraphrase it. Okay, and then you use utterances like, "Oh, I see." Another thing, what you can do is you can say, "Oh, that means what you're saying is." Oh, that means I can tell you, that means what you're saying is scuba diving all is open already. Is it in Langkawi? So I'm asking you, which means what? I am listening to you and I'm paraphrasing you. I'm not exactly repeating what you're saying, but I'm trying to paraphrase you. This is good communication, how you communicate with the person, right? Okay. So if you really want to communicate, this is how called active listening, right? Okay. So, next is constraint. Okay, we're still in the overcoming the barrier. Constraint emotion. When you are communicating, hold back your emotion. When you're angry, sad, feeling, don't communicate because you're going to give some mixed messages, right? And then watch for verbal cues. So this is already, we spoke about it, right? Okay, the final part before we leave today, give me a few minutes. Now, there are 4 types of styles of communication. All right, 4 styles of communication. This is the last part, all right? Now,
in this video, I want
you to write down what are the 4 styles of communication that people, when we communicate, we use these 4 styles.
In this video, I want to introduce the topic of assertiveness. And the way I want to do that is to describe what assertiveness is and put it into the context of passive, aggressive, and passive-aggressive behaviours that can undermine your personal impact. Let's start with passive behaviour. Passive behaviour is where you submit your legitimate wants, needs, and interests to the wants and needs and interests of other people. Passive behaviour is characterised by a number of things. Being afraid to disagree, and feeling guilty and being unwilling to say no, sometimes to inappropriate or even outrageous requests. It finds it difficult to offer your own point of view and to give feedback to people who need it. Passive behaviour is often characterised by moaning and a sense of helplessness and even victimhood. So we often see people who are apologetic and submissive. People who are behaving in a passive way will often find it very hard to ask for help, and they'll be unwilling to take responsibility. Now let's talk about aggressive behaviour. Aggressive behaviour puts yourself ahead of the needs and wants of other people, and often inappropriately so. Perhaps the characteristic behaviour that goes with aggressiveness is demanding rather than asking. But what aggressive behaviour has in common with passive behaviour is that it's afraid to ask for help, but this time not because it doesn't want to be disappointed by a no, but because it doesn't want to look weak and needy. Aggressive behaviour shows in an enthusiasm to blame other people for our own troubles. It's often arrogant and intolerant of other people, their needs, their desires, and their opinions. And at its worst, it can be controlling, even abusive. Aggressive behaviour signifies a need to win at all costs. Passive-aggressive behaviour is the most complex. It's subtle and it's often hidden. It's aimed at making other people feel bad, but in an indirect way that allows the perpetrator to fool themselves into thinking it's not their fault. Characteristic behaviours include hostility, bitterness, cynicism, and the use of sarcasm to belittle people around you. It's pessimistic and it's constantly complaining. You'll see a victim mentality. Passive-aggressive behaviour is also resentful and therefore seeks to blame other people for all the faults in the world. Consequently, it can come across as manipulative, even deceitful. Passive-aggressive behaviour can also manifest as a complete disengagement from what matters. It's as if it's all futile. And as a result, you see underperformance, but with no sense of responsibility for that underperformance. It's not my fault. Let's move on to the main subject of this video, assertiveness and assertive behaviour. Assertiveness is standing up for what you believe in and what's due to you for your rights, but in a way that fully respects other people's rights and opinions. Typical assertive behaviours are confidence and often success. Assertiveness manifests in collaboration and celebration, not just of your own success, but those of others, the people around you. Assertive behaviour seeks and accepts feedback, even criticism, taking full responsibility for our own shortcomings and mistakes and faults. And it also accepts praise gracefully. Assertive behaviour says what you think and what you feel honestly and openly, and also listens to and respects what other people are saying and what they think and what they feel. And finally, assertive behaviour is one that offers good quality feedback, it gives praise, and is confident to ask for help when you need it.
Okay, so there are 4 types of communication: passive, aggressive, assertive, and passive assertive. Which means, for example, a passive communicator are those people who cannot express themselves. The boss say, "I don't care lah. All of you must stay here late, like, oh, you go and do this for me, do that for me." Cannot open the mouth and say no. You can't do that. I'm sure you have some people like that in the organization, right? Isn't it? Everything also, cannot say no one, some colleagues are like that you have. So these are what you call passive communication, all right? Well, passive communication. Aggressive is like, for example, you are rude, very distinct. You want to this, you don't care about other people. You're aggressive. That is called aggressive. Right? Assertive is the best form of communication, basically, right? So assertive is like this, This is aggressive. Aggressive often stress. You are stressed up and you stress other people. I'm sure maybe in your office you see some people who are aggressive, right? And you put down other people and they demand, they don't ask you, they demand you to do that kind of thing. These are people with aggressive behavior and aggressive communication, right? Passive is the other end of the spectrum. They are very stressed. They don't want to do, but what to do, though they may not show you, they build other people up, but even at their own expense, they praise the boss, or whatever the boss wants to do for you, but your own thing, you don't go and ask for anything, So passive behavior, they wish they can do that, But assertive, is they deal with a stressful situation and they move on, okay? They build others up, they build for themselves. So they say that, okay, I feel this is right, this for me. At the same time, they also care about you also, right? This is very, assertive people are very good in conflict management. They say that, I understand you have a right, but I also have a right to do certain things. Like, I hope you accept that, I have a right. So that is basically assertive communication. So we all need to move into assertive communication, because that is positive. To be leaders, to be good communicators or effective communicators in organizations, we need to have an assertive. We are having a passive communication that shows you're weak. Is it aggressive? That shows that wrong. You are not going to build people up in that way. So assertive communication is what we have to look at. All right. Okay. With that, I end. And tomorrow we look into organization culture. We look into leadership. A few other topics, which are related to what you call organizational behavior. How was your class today? Was it good?
Fruitful.
Yes.
Right. Right. How, Aleka? Let's ask Leka. Leka, did you enjoy yourself? You understand what is going on?
Yes, sir. Understand.
Okay, so maybe in the beginning you might be a bit blur, first class for you, so you're not sure, because our language that we use, sometimes you're not able to catch up to it, but after some time you'll become okay, right? Okay.
Okay, sir.
Saiful, how was the class today? Good?
Yes, good, really good.
Did you learn something?
Yes, yes.
I'm sure some of the things that I taught you are practicals, like the one in communication is practical theory, it's not basically a lot of academic thing inside it, right? So you can actually use it for your work, to improve your communications, all right?
Yes,
so I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Is it 9:30?
Yes.
9:30.
Yes.
And go at 9:30. So go and do the the MBTI quiz. Anu has been so good to give us the thing. I want to know which this thing you are. I check and see whether it's correct or not. All right. Okay, guys.
All right.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.